live. 7 on a Saturday. Showtime. What up, what up, what up, what up, what up? Good morning, bro. Good morning, good morning. We already live in the studio at fucking 7:30 on a Saturday morning. You know why? Because that's the only way to make art, bro. First thing in the morning. Listening to some original beats. Drinking some coffee, listening to some beats. About to get ready to do this thing. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Been up since 5. Me too, bro. I just had to get out the bed. Yo, what up, man? What's good? We still trying to get right with the coffee. I ain't even had my meditation this morning, so we about to do that real quick. Damn, did I leave my Joan? Oh, I agree. Say, bro, I thought I left my Joan downstairs. Not the brisket and pork belly. Ooh, wait a minute, bro. You doing a brisket and a pork belly? Yo, supper time tonight gonna be the shit. Or is that? Or if you doing that shit now, you must be having that for lunch. Well, that's lunch and dinner. That's a lot of meat, bro. I took out some beef cubes, so I'll probably do stewed beef tonight, my damn self. I don't think I'll have it in time for lunch because I don't feel like cooking right now, but I definitely need to go grab an onion. Well, I need to go shopping in general, but that's on my list because I gotta have an onion in my beef stew. I already got carrots and potatoes and everything else, so. But now you got me thinking about a brisket, because I could go for a nice, tender, moist piece of brisket right now. Talking about food too early, man. I ain't even ate breakfast yet. I'm sitting here talking about food. I'm about to be super hungry in a minute. Superdy duperdy. Ooperdy pooperdy. Come on. Got to get my medication right. I'm trying to get this medication together. Brisket for dinner, belly for the week, sandwiches and salads. So see you doing it on Saturday. Well, same thing. I'll do mine tomorrow. I'll probably meal prep tomorrow. Last week I did chicken Alfredo with broccoli, and I made some homemade shrimp fried rice. So this week, well, I know I'm gonna do the beef stew for tonight, but tomorrow my meal prep for next week, I'll probably do like salmon and rice. I got a lot of salmon fillets. Probably cook a couple of fillets and some rice and some asparagus. And then I haven't had a meatloaf in a while. I was thinking about doing like a meatloaf. So I tried to cook 2 dinners on Sunday so I don't have to cook all throughout the damn week. I don't be having time to cook every evening after work. I be needing to paint and be in the studio and do other shit like play video games. Ain't nobody got time for cooking. So I'm like my man right here, man. I meal prep on the weekends. Go ahead and cook 2-3 meals, you know what I'm saying? Something like that. And get that shit out the way for a couple days. Sometimes I be so good with it, I'll meal prep some breakfast. Motherfucker, cook up a pack of bacon, and cook up like a pack of kielbasa, and just scramble some eggs and shit. Then just have that shit on standby. Cook a thing of biscuits. I already have biscuits, bacon, and eggs on standby for breakfast. I already have my lunches already prepped out for the week. That's if I do it good, man, I won't even have to cook during the week at all. Yeah, meatloaf is underrated. Meatloaf is hella underrated, bro. It's delicious. And it's an easy ass meal. It's an easy meal to prepare, man. You mix that shit up, throw that shit in the fucking pot, put that bitch in the oven. Leave it. I like cooking in the oven, man. You gotta do is season that shit up, throw it in the oven, leave that bitch alone. It'll be ready in a little while. All right, meditation time. Medication. I ain't doing meatloaf in a minute. That's what I'm trying to think. Like, what haven't I done in a while? A couple weeks ago, I did cook a nice little brisket. Did fried shrimp and uh, shrimp fried rice. The other day, I did Oh, you know what? I might actually just get a bunch of salad stuff. I really need to get some salads in this week. Oh, the mushroom. Oh, you gotta. Yo, onions go in everything, bro. You gotta have onions in everything. Because for one, it's delicious. And for two, I forgot one of the main components in onions. But that onions are extremely healthy for you. Onions. I normally cook with onions, garlic, basil, and oregano. Those are like some of my main staples. And cayenne peppers. And it's not just for the flavor, it's just that some of these foods actually have like health benefits for you. Your food should be your medicine. So try to get as many veggies in your diet, especially like onions and carrots, anything that's purple or deep red, like beets, plums, and dark colored grapes, dark colored apples, things like that. Any kind of fruits and veggies that got really dark colors to it. So that's what I might do too. I might do a fucking fat ass salad. Might try to do a fat salad this week. What's good, everybody? My bad. Me and my man Showtime busting it up on YouTube over here talking about food and shit, and I was ignoring Instagram for a minute. Um, Rosemary thyme and garlic is a must. That rosemary, that shit is good, bro. I normally put that in my stews, like when I do my beef stew. Definitely put some rosemary in there. Um, then I have this other joint. It's called Herbs de Provence. It got a bunch of different shit in there, yo. That shit got thyme and coriander and juniper. It got all kind of shit in that fucking Herbs de Provence. Yo, G. Damn. Damn. I wasn't ready for that one. Yo, my lungs had to wake up for that shit. Goddamn. Shit. All right, today I have to do some drawing, but unfortunately, I don't have an official drawing table. which is something I've always wanted, and I've never had one. I've never had like a true to life drafting or drawing table, and I don't draw as much as I used to, so I never really worry about it. But now I have two drawing assignments that I have to do, and so now that I have to get into my sketch pad and actually use pencils and shit, every time I do this, it's like, fuck! I wish I had a drafting table. I wish I had a drafting table so I can draw comfortably. I don't really have a comfortable spot to draw, and I don't like that. So now I'm forced, well, this morning I will be forced to do something. I mean, I have that little white desk back there. I could pull that little desk out and use that to draw on, but he said make one. I cannot dispute that comment. You don't got one, motherfucker, make it. I ain't got no comeback for that. You know what? With all the tools and all the wood and all the shit that I got, I could probably make a drafting table. I could probably make one. But then like, oh, right now, I'm on Instagram Live. I can't look up on my phone. I could go on the laptop and do it, but fuck that. I was going to check out Michael's. It's that holiday time, man. And so back to school sales, Black Friday sales, and now like their holiday Christmas shit. Michael's normally they'll have a $200 drafting table on sale for like $80 or some shit. And I never grab one. Every time I see one, I'm in the store getting canvases or brushes or paints or everything. And I'm like, yo, that drafting table is on sale. And then I think about it like, well, I don't really draw a lot. Drawing isn't my main thing now, like painting is. Like, do I really need that? And then I never buy it. And then once again, I get a project and it's like, oh, can you draw this for me? And it's like, fuck, why didn't I get that drafting table when it was only $80? Now that shit is like $250. Functionality is key. That shit ain't gotta look like shit. Does it work? That's the main thing. Can you use it? Is it practical? Is it functional? Then that's fine. And that's why like my studio is as makeshift as it is. Could I have like some kind of laptop stand or something? Yeah, that shit just sitting on the fucking crate of drawer. Like I don't give a fuck, bro. Like as long as that shit can work. And it's weird because I don't even have shit in there, and I've been meaning for the longest to put these paints in here, and I just never do it. I should do it now, so I'm thinking about it. But yeah, I think honestly, like next time when I do see one for hella cheap, yo, my man Gene, early in the morning, man. What's up, bro? Why you up so early? It's Saturday, man. Take your ass back to sleep, bro. What are you doing? Motherfucker wake up with his camera like, ah. That's how I imagine all my art buddies. Whatever their discipline is, they just wake up and do that. I can just imagine any artist waking up, just have a brush in his hand, just like, straight to the canvas. That's how we get up in the morning. You know what I'm saying? just randomly up, bro. I've been here on YouTube for about 43 minutes already. I've been up for a minute. I got up and I started doing laundry. Go ahead and get some of the chores knocked out, so while I'm chilling in the studio, I'm still being productive because the laundry is in cycle. So I'm doing two things at once. Well, I'm doing three things at once. I'm washing clothes, I'm streaming, And it's all about multitasking. Oh damn. See, I got lots to do today. It's not a lazy Saturday for you, huh? It be like that sometimes. And then I always have to remember and consider that, yeah, I do work Monday through Friday, and that's kind of typical for a lot of people. But hey, some motherfuckers' work weeks aren't like that. Some people work Saturdays and Sundays. Some people don't get to just stay in bed all day on a Saturday morning. Some motherfuckers gotta get up and do shit and handle business. And I be forgetting that sometimes. All right. So what I need to do, like I say, I gotta work on some drawings this morning, and I really need a way to draw. So I need this to sit on something. Like I say, all the furniture in here is low as fuck. Look how low this is. Even if I put it there, I need my draft to be like here, and I don't got shit for it, bro. Um, like I say, that table back there is like the tallest piece of furniture in here. But do I want to tuck myself in that little cubby back there and fucking draw, or do I, or man, will I have to pick that bitch up and bring it out here in the front? I'm thinking too much. I'm gonna just do it. Like I say, I don't got no other tall piece of furniture. Let me look over here real quick. Let me see. Yeah, I'm trying to think. Like, what the fuck do I got downstairs? Do I have anything downstairs that could be used as a drafting table? But then I still have to carry that bitch up here to use it. Man, look, I just need something to draw on. Yeah, yeah. I know, bro. I was talking about that the whole time. I definitely got to get a drafting table, man. tell you I used to write, bro. Bro, when I say I used to write, bro, I used to write, my guy. That didn't look that big back there. Yo, Showtime, check this out. Inside this little desk, so it's actually a cabinet in here. But these are all my old raps. So I got fucking tablet. That one empty. I filled a couple of notebooks up one time, man. Like, I don't know what this one is. I used to write a lot, bro. These are the only notebooks I still have left. This is like half of them, and like just over the years, just moving around and shit, because I really did the bulk of my writing when I was in South Carolina. So when I left there, I moved to Virginia, and then left Virginia, moved here to PA, and then I've moved a couple of times since I've been in PA. Yo, how did I just randomly pick this shit up, bro? Yo, this is one of the poems that's on. Why can't I just wave? I'm just trying to say hey. So this is one of the poems that is on one of the paintings that is currently on display at my show, bro. This is the original poem right here. Damn, I just pulled that bitch out of stacks and stacks of papers, yo. I just pulled this shit out of nowhere. That's wild. Shit, man, I got just. Guess I used to damn near fill these bitches, bro. Yo, this is so corny. Oh my god, this is so corny. Fuck you, you pussy ass herbs. You the type of niggas that believe in luck. You probably thought that I was a bird, cause when the whole block see me, everybody screaming duck. You probably thought I was a bird, cause when the block see me, everybody screaming duck. Oh my god. What? I got cookies of coke like the tires rolling on Mack trucks, 38 in my hand. And plus I got that Mack truck basically waiting for you cowards to try to act tough. When in my face, the fire. Oh my god, these rhymes are so basic and just the corniest shit. This is why I stopped writing. And this is why I had to write so much, because wait a minute, let me stop. I'm about to get stuck on that shit right there. That motherfucker said you probably thought I was a bird. And then just more this loose leaf. You know what? One day I need to organize all this shit and like try to date some of this stuff. Cause this, when I really, really was writing, well, I actually have one notebook from middle school. Like when I first tried to write a poem, I was in middle school, and I think I still have that one, cause I'm almost sure it's in here, cause I really do try to hold on to that shit as hard as I can. But a lot of these other writings, like I did most of my heavy writing, like probably 2001 to about 2007. Well, honestly, I'll say from 2005 to about 2007 is really the heaviest years that I ever wrote, because that's when I really was recording music. I recorded a lot of music for a couple years, but I wrote a little bit after that. I was writing a little bit before that. So I only really wrote for about 7 years, maybe 8 years. But out of those 8 years, like maybe 2 or 3 of them were like really intense writing years. And I recorded 34 songs. Out of the 34 songs I've ever recorded, I like about 6 or 7 of them. And I'm proud of those songs because the writing is very good in it, and I can listen to those. Oh, I can let people hear some of my better, not the beat and not the recording, it the quality of the recording, but just if you listen to like the lyrics and the message, uh, like some of my old writing was okay. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't the best. It's not like really great writing, but it's okay. I wrote some okay stuff, and I'm still proud of that shit. But that shit, it was hard, man. Writing is hard as hell. That's why I had, like I say, that's why I had to write so fucking much, because I couldn't get that shit right to save my damn life. I could not get it right to save my life. All right, so now I'm going to need. Well, I'm behind. Am I going to have to put the desk here and draw this way because I have my light? This is how my light is oriented. But I did want to try to draw and look at the TV screen at the same time because I am currently on YouTube and all my shit is here and my pencil sharpener. So I want it to be facing this way while I do it, but my light won't be great unless I face this way. Because you can see that my light is actually kind of angry and it points that way. Let me see how much light can I get. I mean, it's not bad, but now essentially I'm drawing in my shadow. You can literally see my shadow there. I don't like that. I don't want to draw looking at my shadow. Oh my god. But see, if I go this way, there's no shadow on the page. I guess I gotta. Fuck. We're gonna have to turn around. Damn it, man. How do I even have this thing so that it's angled like that? Can I make it go the other way? Oh, yeah, I remember how I did it. And no, I can't make it go the other way. Or maybe I can. But should I even? I'm not fucking with that light. Damn it. Or I can put the YouTube on the. laptop. All right, let me try to. Yo, appreciate it too, Eugene, about the show compliment. Really, really, really appreciate. Yo, it's gotten a lot of great feedback, man. I've gotten so much praise from the show, like I don't even know what to do with it all. You know what I'm saying? I got too much joy and praise to carry around. I got to keep some of it at home. But I just keep my pockets full of it all the time because people just be like, "Oh man, I love it," and I don't know what to do with all the praise. It's just fantastic. It's amazing, man. I sure appreciate it, bro. Now, if I'm putting the table here, that means the chair has to be on this fucking side. So that means I need to. Man, look, this is why I be needing an assistant. Y'all think I be playing, man? Somebody come do this shit for me, so I can just tell you how to do it, and then that way I won't be so tired, and I can just create the art. Oh, oh my god! I say, ain't nothing but books in here, man. Why this shit so damn heavy, bro? That little table kind of heavy. All right, now how can I get this on that side? Lordy, lordy, lord. Well, you know what? Duh, I'm so fucking dumb. Why didn't I? Man, bro. See, once again, this is why we need somebody else, man. Cause now I'm worried about the light and how. That's why people think, be like, yo, Trap, why you work out so much? Man, you gotta have strength to be an artist, bro. You gotta move around easels and tables, and you gotta carry fucking paintings up and down stairs and shit like that. Sometimes you be standing on your feet painting for hours. Man, you gotta be in shape. You ever seen you ever seen Bob Ross? You seen how lean and trim Bob Ross was? That man had to be in shape to beat them brushes. Man, you gotta do curls and shit like that. And then you gotta hold your arm like this for hours at a time. You gotta have strong shoulder muscles to do that shit. And your lats. You gotta get them lats strong to get. Everybody think it's like in the wrist. Man, that shit come from your elbow all the way to your shoulder sometimes, bro. And plus the accolades, that shit ain't like. Shit. I feel like a midget on my back all the time. But broski, how I'm worrying about light when I got the fucking ring light? Damn, I'm so dumb. But now I want to see. Okay, like I said, if I'm this way, but if I'm this way, I'm drawing in my shadow. But if I have this, bruh, that's perfect, man. Why the hell I even move that table, bro? I was not fucking thinking at all. Man, I'm so stupid. Bruh. My man said that table ain't look that big from back there. Hey, this room longer than it really looks, especially that little cubby part back there. So shit in the distance, that should be looking teeny as hell. Uh-oh. Alright. So I already roughed these in. I was gonna try to do it downstairs, and like I said, I just need better lighting and a better table. All right. So these are 2 commissions. I'm going to be working on. Alright. So I can't listen to my beats. I need to put this on the charger too, because that shit dying quick as hell. Alright, I can't listen to those beats and look at the photo at the same time. Where's my, oh, let me get this pencil sharpener, which means that's not gonna reach. Is it? It might, oh, I might have to slide over something. Now is it gonna reach? Okay, I'm gonna have to unplug something. Let me just unplug that. Alright, plug that pencil sharpener in. Alright, pencil sharpener is plugged in. iPad is plugged in. The light is on. My phone's gonna need to go on a charger soon. Now, I need to put the speaker back to the laptop. Alright. Oh, you know what? I don't think those are actually in there. They might be. Oh, you know what? Well, no, it's too late. And then plus, I also wanted to. I was gonna say I could have done this on a on my grayscale paper, but my grayscale is smaller than this, and I want it to be kind of big. had one of these. That's going to be in front of it. Now, how can I get this closer sharpener? Wait a minute. I'm starting to growl. I need to have some breakfast. Actually, I need to go grocery shopping this morning, but definitely want to get in a couple hours of this before I do anything. Okay. All right.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displate. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
This episode of the Y-Files is brought to you by our new card game, Go Hecklefish. Yes, that's a thing. In September 1964, Captain McLeod and Sergeant Barnes were dispatched from Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Ohio. They were sent to investigate a UFO sighting in Northern California. Wright-Patterson AFB got lots of UFO reports. 99% of them could be explained, and a sizable percentage of those were just hoaxers looking for attention. The other 1% were classified as UFOs and sent on to Project Blue Book. What happened from there, McLeod didn't know. The fact that he was being sent to the other side of the country meant this sighting was important to the Air Force. McLeod had a copy of the teletype report from the UFO tracking office. It was stamped with an unusual priority notification. It read, UFO landing with entities reported by missile technician in Tahoe NF, Sacramento. Orders, investigate and contain via usual protocols ASAP. McLeod's first step was to interview the witness. And even after 17 years as an investigator, this was the strangest UFO story he'd ever heard. a chip off my stack and get yourself something nice, would you? Got it, girl. Ah, new face at my table. May I join you, Mr. Pond? James Pond. Go ahead, take a load off. I'm Dr. Human, the owner of this establishment. Merci. You seem to be down a few chips, Mr. Pond. I hope you're finding our tables fair. Yeah, you know what they say about chips, don't you? It's not the size of the stack that counts. It's how you slide it in a pot. Besides, I heard this is the best casino in Monaco. Flattery may work out there, Mr. Pond. But in here, it's your bets that count. Would you and your small stack care to raise the stakes? Fortes Fortuna Juvat. Well, judging by your lack of fortune, your boldness does not seem to be working tonight. Don't worry about me. I got good instincts for the game. Yeah, but instincts can be deceptive, Mr. Pond. Especially in unfamiliar waters. I'm no stranger to swimming with sharks, Dr. Human. Yeah, but not all predators are created equal, Mr. Pond. There's always a bigger fish. That's why I carry a big hook, and I got the biggest worm you've ever seen. And if I bite, Mr. Pond, are you fish enough to reel me in? Yeah, there's only one way to find out. Do you have any cryptids? Go Hecklefish. Hey, it's your buddy AJ. And me. And Hecklefish. And we're excited to announce our new card game, Go Hecklefish. The deck of 52 uniquely illustrated cards features your favorite characters from the Live Files and the After Files live stream. Categories include cryptids, monoliths, cover-ups, shadow people, relics, aliens, and more. But watch out for the two special bonus cards, the elusive Crab Cat. A Crab Cat can instantly turn the tide of the game. Feel it, Crab Cat! Go Hecklefish is perfect for game nights with friends, family, and kids of all ages. Grab a deck now for only 25 bucks. Too much. Grab a deck now for 20 bucks. Still too much. 15? That works. For only $15, grab your Go Hecklefish cards today and experience the Live Files like never before. And how the fun may vary, Hecklefish does his own voice. Who does your voice? Because Crab Cat not guaranteed.
I don't think I like this angle either. I really.
I'm afraid luck wasn't on your side tonight. Pity. I was expecting more from a fish with your reputation. Oh yes, I may have only one eye, but I see much.
Right here.
I'm not see it.
But how can I get it right there?
Omakase! Palucho.
Mm.
Here, the Crab Cat. You may have won this round, Mr. Pond, but we will meet again. If this stupid commercial gets a lot of views, you can count on me. It was a Friday morning, September 4th, 1964, when Donald Shrum set out for the woods. Don and his two friends, Vincent Alvarez and Tim Trueblood, were headed to Cisco Grove. It was about 3/4 of the way to Lake Tahoe, 80 miles or so, about an hour and a half drive. The three men worked for Aerojet Corporation, a military subcontractor in Sacramento. Don was a welder and specifically worked on Polaris and Titan nuclear missiles, a stressful job. A weekend with friends bow hunting deer in the Tahoe National Forest was just what he needed to clear his head. Firearms were prohibited in the National Forest this time of year, and that suited Don just fine. He was a skilled bow hunter. He preferred the bow over a rifle anyway. It felt like real hunting. It was quiet, peaceful even. Well, as long as he's not hunting with hooks and worms, he's all right by me. The men quickly set up camp, hit the forest, and fanned out. They had no communication equipment, so they had to stay within shouting distance. They had an agreement that if anyone got separated by nightfall, they would return to the campsite. By sunset, Don hadn't spotted any deer. As he decided to head back to camp, he realized he got turned around at some point. He was lost. He shouted for his friends, but didn't get a reply. Being out in the woods alone at night wasn't a good idea. Other hunters had reported bears and other predators in the area, but it was getting dark and the temperature was dropping. Don had no choice. He'd be staying in the woods that night, but there was no way he was doing it at ground level. Don made for high ground, found a massive pine tree rooted on a cliffside, and started climbing.
You see, I normally think it's stupid you came from monkeys, but I gotta admit, sometimes it comes in handy.
Don had a military-type belt that could serve as a harness. He found a strong branch and secured himself. He was high enough that a bear or wildcat would have to work to reach him, but they could reach him, so he'd have to stay awake all night. Don was fighting sleep when he saw a light through the trees. He assumed that his friends had reported him missing, and this was the Forest Service sending out a rescue helicopter. He scrambled down the tree and lit a couple of signal fires he built. He started shouting and waving his arms. By the time the light was within about 50 yards, Don realized it wasn't making any sound. It wasn't a helicopter.
Stop being boring! We'll be right back. Very boring browsers!
The light floated silently and slowly approached Don's location. He quickly put out the signal fires and climbed back up the tree. It was dark and he was wearing all camouflage. His plan was stay still, stay quiet, and wait for the light to pass. The light was small, maybe 8 or 10 inches across. At first, Don thought this was a tiny spacecraft. The light moved slowly and silently. Then the light started swaying. It was scanning the area. The motion of the light allowed Don to make out the shape of the craft. It wasn't small. The ship was an enormous black cylinder, 150 feet long, the size of a 14-story building lying on its side. The beam of light was searching the canyon, the trees, the large rocks in the area. Then the light stopped. On the hull of the craft, Don saw 3 horizontal slits of light appear. The slits expanded into tall, narrow rectangles of light. They were windows or doors opening on the side of the craft. Then, from the middle window, there was a flash of light, and a dark object shot down the canyon. It was another smaller ship. By this point, Don was terrified. A few seconds later, the small ship floated up to the ridgeline near Don's tree and came to a stop. He could see a blinking light on top of it. It was shaped like a flying saucer that he'd seen in pictures. Don was doing everything he could to remain still, but he was trembling. The silence made the experience worse. He could hear the sound of the wind blowing up from the canyon and hitting the trees, but the loudest sound was his blood pumping through his ears. He hadn't believed in UFOs or aliens or any of that. He considered himself a regular guy. He was a welder by trade. On the weekends, he enjoyed hiking, hunting, or just hanging out with his family. This was the last thing he expected. Don didn't move. He had to remind himself to breathe. He looked at his hands, and he was squeezing his bow so tightly that his knuckles had turned white. 5 minutes went by, and it was an eternity. Then Don heard branches breaking and bushes rustling. Something was forcing its way through the brush and headed right for his tree. For the next 2 or 3 minutes, the stomping and scraping got louder and louder. Whatever this was, it was getting closer. The sound stopped. 2 shapes emerged from the brush. At the tree line stood a pair of beings. Humanoid, but definitely not human. They were between 4 and 5 feet tall, wearing silver suits. Don couldn't make out their faces, but he could see they were wearing some kind of eyewear. He thought they resembled welding goggles. The beings seemed interested in the surroundings. They were carefully picking leaves and placing bits of soil into tubes with long, slender fingers. They slowly walked in the direction of Don's tree. He instinctively tightened his belt that was wrapped around a large branch. The being stopped, and Don held his breath. Then he saw the 2 creatures slowly tilting their heads back as they scanned up the tree. They must have heard him. Then they saw him. Within the goggles, he saw large, round eyes that dominated the beings' faces. Their eyes locked with his, and they walked toward him and stopped at the base of the tree. Don wasn't up all that high, maybe 10 to 12 feet off the ground. If these beings reached toward him or could jump in any way, they could get to him. The beings looked at each other and made sounds that sounded like the hooting of an owl. Then they looked back at Don. He felt a wave of panic wash over him. He couldn't tell if they meant him harm or what their intentions were at all. He just stared at them and tried not to move. A few seconds later, he heard more crashing through the trees. Bushes were bending and breaking. Whatever was coming was big and it was heavy. A third figure appeared at the tree line. It was casting a large shadow and moving mechanically. It was a robot.
Wait. Did you just say it was a robot?
Well, we don't know for sure. It was basically the same size and shape as the humanoids, maybe a little taller. Don later described it as looking like and moving like a robot. It stopped under Don's tree between the two smaller beings. It looked like a robot from pulp magazines. It was about 6 feet tall and metallic. It had a boxy torso and a square head. It had no neck and a square jaw. When it opened its mouth, the entire jaw opened.
Like the Iron Giant?
Exactly like that, just scaled down. The robot had reddish-orange eyes that glowed like flashlights in the dark. It was looking at him. The two humanoids hooted again, and the ship sounded a reply. As if responding, the robot's arm lifted and its metallic hand adjusted its jaw. The robot angled its face towards Don, its mouth opened, and there was a loud hiss. There was a jet of white smoke like steam from a kettle. Then Don felt the vapor hitting his face.
Indica or sativa?
Well, Don's brain told him to react, but his muscles didn't respond. He was paralyzed.
Indica.
His vision got blurry, then everything went black.
I just took a mood aroused gummy.
No, I just took a mood bedtime gummy.
No, how long does it take to kick in? Well, take care of myself. Since not everyone is a total stoner like my husband,
Guilty.
mood takes the guesswork out of canon, so you know exactly how you're gonna feel. Whether you're a gaunt guru or just trying it for the first time, click on the mood you want to feel and then go for it.
Don woke up slumped over the branch. It's a good thing his belt was firmly attached or he would have fallen out of the tree. He shook off the paralysis and was hit with a wave of nausea. He looked down and the beings were trying to climb after him. Don was dry heaving as he inched higher up the tree. The robot reached for its jaw again, preparing another attack. And Don considered this an escalation. He grabbed an arrow, knocked it, and drew back his bow. He aimed for the chest of the robot. It was only 8 or 10 feet away. At this distance, an arrow from a 60-pound bow moves as fast as a bullet from a rifle. He let it fly. A fraction of a second later, the arrow hit the robot square in the chest. There was a bright flash of sparks as the robot stumbled backward. The humanoids retreated to the tree line. It worked. Then the robot steadied itself. Along with the beings, it returned to the base of the tree. It raised its arm, opened its mouth. There was a hiss and another blast of white vapor. Don inched a little higher, but he couldn't breathe. It was like there was no air. He felt himself black out again. When he came to, the humanoids were trying to figure out how to get him out of the tree again. He grabbed another arrow. He drew back as far as he could. He released the arrow. Again, he hit the robot square, and again there were sparks. And again, it stumbled backward. The humanoids also retreated. Before the robot could get its balance, Don hit it square in the chest again. This time it almost lost its balance and fell over, but it didn't. It regained its footing and started back toward the tree.
I keep shooting that thing.
But Don reached for his quiver. It was empty. He was out of arrows. Don woke up and retched. He wasn't sure how long he was out, but the humanoids were now climbing a rock next to the tree. They hooted and the robot lifted its arm. Don patted his pockets. Matches. He grabbed his baseball cap and set it on fire. He threw this at the robot and all three stepped backward. Don then started lighting everything he had on fire. He tore pieces off his jacket, lit those on fire, and sent them down. Again, he was hit with vapor and knocked out. And this went on for hours. Don was knocked out by the gas over and over again, but he kept burning things and dropping them down. He burned every bit of clothing he had except his shirt and jeans. Shoes, socks, gloves, everything gone. Which could be a problem, it was getting cold. The fires would give him a few seconds to adjust his position, but not enough time to get out of range of the vapor. Then the matches ran out. He threw everything he had at the creatures. His quiver, his compass, his canteen. All he had left were a few coins, and he threw those too. After waking up from another vapor attack, Don saw a hint of orange in the clouds. The sun would be up in an hour, but he didn't know if he could survive that long. He was exhausted and he was out of options. He thought about his wife and daughter as he passed out again. Don opened his eyes and the humanoids were gone.
No!
But now there were two robots at the base of the tree.
Oh no.
Arcs of electricity bounced between them like a Jacob's ladder. They were pooling their energy. Both robots reached for their jaws and opened their mouths. Don tried to scramble higher, but the air around him suddenly got so cold. He choked, he couldn't breathe. He knew it was almost over. He felt himself blacking out. As he was losing consciousness, he wondered if they'd ever find his body. Who would be at his funeral? What would it be? He thought to himself, this is going to be hard on my little girl. Then a cloud of cold white smoke hit him. Don was right. It was over.
I do not do a podcast, UFC event. I don't do anything without using Alphabet. Oh, that one's a little fishy. I don't know about that one. Everything that we have is things that I use and things that I can wholeheartedly recommend. We just had this like...
When Don woke up, he was hanging off the tree by his belt, arms and legs dangling. The sun was up, he was alone. He made it. Don carefully adjusted his belt and slowly came down from the tree. He grabbed his compass and headed back to camp, barefoot, freezing, and exhausted. He told his friends what happened. They believed him. One of them saw the ship too. And when Don got home, he told his family what happened. Now, his mother-in-law...
Wait.
What?
He told the mother-in-law? Always a mistake.
Well, he told his wife, and she told the mother-in-law.
Women.
What? Communication is important in a marriage.
Oh, you poor simple bastard.
Anyway, his mother-in-law knew an astronomy professor at a local community college. She thought his science background could help him explain the lights, the object, and what happened. A couple of weeks later, Don spoke to the professor and recounted every detail he could. The professor thought this event was important and decided to contact the nearby McClellan Air Force Base.
Everyone's got a big mouth in this story.
The professor gave the Air Force a summary of Don's story and the location of the incident. Within days, 2 investigators were sent from Wright-Patterson AFB in Ohio, Captain McLeod and Sergeant Barnes. They didn't want to meet Don at his house. Instead, they met him at a vacant rental in the area. They told Don to come alone. He did. The only things in the house were a table and 2 chairs.
Sketchy.
Well, they just wanted to control the area and hear Don's story without his family around.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Well, remember Don worked at a highly secure nuclear missile facility. The Air Force needed to get to the bottom of this.
Yeah, I don't trust these guys.
Yeah, well, they brought along a bulky reel-to-reel tape recorder and extensively documented Don's entire 12-hour encounter. The investigators asked Donald detailed questions about the creatures. What did they look like? Their height, skin texture, clothing. How did they move? What abilities or tools did they have? They asked specifics about the large ship, its shape, visible features like lights and markings. How did it maneuver? They asked Don how he fought back against the attack, how effective he was, and which creatures he targeted. They asked for a detailed map of the area. What was the elevation, topology, what kind of rocks and trees were there? After they had all the details and chronology of events, the investigators switched into interrogation mode.
And here we go.
The friendly investigators weren't so friendly anymore. The investigators became interrogators, and they came at Don hard.
Time to lawyer up, Chief.
They offered alternative scenarios for what happened. Were there weapon tests going on?
Lawyer.
Was Don intoxicated on drugs or alcohol?
Lawyer.
Was this actually teenagers playing an elaborate prank?
Lawyer.
Could this have been Japanese soldiers that Don mistook for aliens?
Japanese soldiers.
Yep.
In the woods? In the middle of the night?
Yeah, Don said that was ridiculous. He saw what he saw, he was telling the truth. He even showed them an arrowhead that had bits of metal on it from the impact with the robot. The Air Force took the arrow as evidence.
And he never saw it again.
And he never saw it again. The investigators left and did not follow up. During rifle season, Don went back to the area where the encounter happened. There was an orange circle around the tree. The whole area had been raked clean for about 50 feet around the tree. There were still rake marks in the dirt and a few cigarette butts around the perimeter. It was obvious the Air Force was there and cleaned everything up. Soon after that, Don developed anxiety. He suffered severe PTSD, including walking nightmares for about a year. Hearing owl sounds would trigger a panic attack. His welding skills declined, he was fired from his job, and his family almost went bankrupt.
He could have sold his story or wrote a book.
Yeah, but he didn't want his name attached to this. His neighbors thought he was crazy. He thought he was crazy. His family had to move in with relatives in Arizona, and the only work he could find was low wage. The event ruined Don's life, and he wanted nothing more to do with it. He tried to put it out of his mind, and slowly he was able to recover. He was finally free of the Cisco Grove UFO encounter. Then, 14 years later, the phone rang.
Number GX!
Hey ladies, did you know a man's nose can smell over 1 trillion scents? And with so much choice, why choose something boring, like Cool Sports Rush or Boo Poo Magoo?
Don's case resurfaced when groups like NICAP and MUFON were going through old files. His was intriguing enough to attract the attention of Hollywood. Don's story ended up on an NBC special called Project UFO. Paul Cerny, an investigator for NICAP, filed a Freedom of Information request, and it took a couple of years, but they finally released the file. The file said what Don experienced didn't happen. The report said the incident was psychologically based and dismissed it as a hoax or a delusion. But the file also contained a signed affidavit from Vincent Alvarez, who said he saw a craft descending toward Don's area at the time of the event. In the mid-2000s, Don finally started talking about the event. In 2011, a book was published, Aliens in the Forest, the Cisco Grove UFO Encounter. Though Don's story was now available to the public, it's one of the lesser-known UFO stories.
Gino knew about it.
Oh yeah, we got the story from Gino's Story Hour. If you want to hear his take on it, there's a link below.
He gets into it.
He does. But did it really happen? Don's story has been consistent for 50 years. He's never tried to capitalize on it. The opposite happened. This encounter broke him, financially and psychologically. There's also the other eyewitness, Vincent Alvarez, who said he saw the ship. And the Air Force did send investigators across the country to look into this. They did admit they took something from Don, presumably the arrow or arrowhead. On the other side, there's no actual physical evidence. The Air Force never returned the arrow. Don said they cleaned up the site. And if they did, they didn't document this or test the soil for radiation or anything like that.
That we know of.
Well, true. The Air Force did want to keep this quiet. But these creatures had anti-gravity technology, yet they couldn't figure out how to climb a tree. Why not fly the smaller ship over? And I don't like that the beings and the robot are described exactly like 1960s sci-fi. That makes me skeptical. Also, Don said moonlight helped him see the ship, but there was no moon that night. Don said he found another one of his arrows, but we don't know if it was tested or what happened to it. Was the Cisco Grove UFO encounter real? Well, it was real enough to Donald Trump. It destroyed his life. He lost everything and almost lost his mind. But the Air Force said that he lost his mind before the encounter. A 12-hour life-or-death struggle with aliens. A man stuck in a tree firing arrows at a vapor-shooting robot. A government investigation and cover-up. You have enough information to decide if it's true. But one thing is for sure, it's a great story. And to me, that's all that matters. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. My name is AJ. That's Hecklefish.
Yo, mamacita.
This has been the Y-Files. If you had fun or learned anything, do us a favor, subscribe, like, comment, share. That stuff really helps the channel. And like most topics we cover on the channel, today's topic was recommended by you. So if there's a story you'd like to see or learn more about, go to theyfiles.com/tips. And remember, the Y-Files is also a podcast. Twice a week, I post deep dives into the stories we cover here on the channel. I also post episodes that wouldn't be allowed on the channel. It's called the Y-Files Operation Podcast, and it's available everywhere you get your podcasts. And if you need more Y-Files in your life, because who doesn't, check out our Discord. There are thousands of people on there 24/7, and they're into the same weird stuff that we are. It's a great community, and it's a lot of fun, and it's free to join. And special thanks to our patrons who make every episode possible. I don't deserve your support, but I'm truly grateful for it. And if you'd like to support the channel, consider becoming a member on Patreon. For as little as $3 a month, you get access to perks like you can see videos early with no commercials. You get access to merch only available to members. Plus, you get 2 private live streams every week just for you. Another great way to support the channel is grab something from the Wi-Fi store.
Grab a Hecklefish t-shirt or mug or a squeezy toy or one of these new decks of Go Hecklefish cards with all the special characters and stuff on them. They're wonderful. You'll love it.
And that's going to do it. Until next time, be safe, be kind, and know that you are appreciated.
In Area 51, a secret code inside the Bible said I would. I love my UFOs and paranormal fun, as well as music, someone singing like I should. But then another conspiracy theory becomes the truth, my friends, and it never ends. No, it never ends. Stuck inside man's home with MK Ultra, I'll be only too aware. Did Stanley Kubrick fake the moon landing alone on a film set, or were the shadow people there? The Roswell aliens just fought the smiling man, I'm told, and his name was Cole. And I can't believe I'm dancing with the Hecklefish on Thursday nights with AJ2. Rabbi's me all through the night. All I ever wanted was to see the truth. So what was me all through the night? Planets are 02, Project Stargate, and what the Dark Watchers found. In a simulation, don't you worry though. The Black Knight satellite told me so. I can't believe I'm dancing with the fish. Hecklefish on Thursday nights with AJ2. Why my me all through the night?
She was not only brilliant, but courageous. To save her planet, she was willing to sacrifice everything and travel to the stars. As a frontier world, we were barely hanging on. Desperate, we tried digging up our past to find the key to our future.
Max, we need to head back. There's too much interference.
that day was a miracle. It would be our salvation. And she used that ship to explore the far-flung corners of the galaxy. A traveler on the hunt for celestial treasure.
Careful, Max. The data structure is incredibly dense. This is it. Stop! Stay down!
She put her life on the line to bring back artifacts to put us on the path to scientific breakthroughs. She risked everything, time and again. But despite her bravery, eventually her luck would run out. Lucky for us, she made it home safely. While she was alive, she was too humble to speak of her adventures, but at least we, her descendants, can honor her memory. Thank you all for visiting the museum today, and safe travels tomorrow. Hey, that's off limits.
She was always charging head first into the darkness. I was always one step behind, looking for the light switch. The Celestials hunted us down. I knew they'd keep chasing us until they ripped our ship apart. And I had to save her. Travel at light speed. Time slows to a crawl. It was only days for me, but an entire lifetime passed for her. And in the chaos of those final moments, we never said goodbye.
Warhammer 40,000 Rogue Trader. A new CRPG set.
Alright, so the day has finally arrived. I'm not sure if it's going to be good or bad, by the way. So, some of my favorite games I ever covered on my channel State of Decay, DayZ, The Division, stuff like that. Seems like it's all kind of bundled into one game here. It's called The Day Before. I just bought it on Steam, and it's not looking good. I saw the mostly negative after I purchased it. Right after that credit card went through, I was like, uh-oh. The day before refund. This game doesn't even have functioning settings. Try changing resolution. I dare you. Oh, no. This is different. All right. I like how a lot of people found it helpful. This is like the actual thing. This is not an open world MMO. It's a small area extraction shooter. The devs deleted all old videos showing any open world elements. The city is dead. There's barely any open buildings. Oh, my God. Did the cutscene waking up my characters out of the map falling through the... Oh, my goodness. The day before you got scammed. Turns out it's real. I kind of wish it wasn't. No melee in a survival game. All right. You know what? It can't be that bad, right? Let's jump in and find out. All right, we just got it thrown in. So this is the actual, like, main menu for the game. I'm not sure what happens afterwards. I guess I'll go ahead and start it. I don't see any settings. Hold on. Setting. Here we go. 1440, that's fine. Looks like we got everything. I'm scared. I kind of want to try what that Steam review said, like change the actual resolution, but it looks like it's fine for now. All right, you got a personality. All right, let's see. Class, we got roamer, enduring, perceptive, hardened. Okay. So the traits change. Okay, Pathfinder. We got ghost, roamer. Wait, he's only 3 classes? So what's better in this game, I wonder? Weight capacity, looting, automatic rifle recoil. That seems so specific, you know? This is a sniper and healing. I like that one. Alright, Ghost seems to be the one I may rock with. I'm not sure. I feel like it's not going to matter, you know? Tenacious. Alright, let's go next. Let's see, body type. So wait, does it really matter? Can you like... So the random is essentially, it's not changing anything other than the face. That's funny. Whenever I see random in character creation, usually... Let's go back to Ghost. Let's do that one. I'm just going to keep the character the way they are. I'm not going to change anything. Maybe I'll add a scar or something. I like that one. Alright. Age. I feel like you can't really see much of a difference. Maybe a few wrinkles, but that's it. Freckles. Okay, you can see a difference there. Tattoo, let's see. These all seem oddly specific, you know? I'll just roll with this one. Why not? The depth, interesting. Tattoo color, I'm good on that. Makeup, I think we're good there. Hair, here we go.
I missed a lot of people coming in this morning. Just the way that I have the...
Can I rotate the character? I don't think you can. We'll keep that. Hair color.
Camera in.
It's such an odd way to... Wait, so it's like... It's like in increments. That's funny. All right, facial hair. I think I'm... That's the, those are some serious sideburns. My goodness. I'll just go nothing, I guess. All right, finalize. We got to name our character. Let's go Brad. Wait, what? My caps lock is on? All right, here we go. Looks nothing like me. Select server. Oh no, North America, Europe, Asia, okay. Full. Alright, refresh. One has to be open, right? What happens if you try to join this full? Why would it even have ones that are full? Yeah, that's what I was expecting. Okay, refresh again. Ha, here we go. Let's go to Axe Hills, I guess. I was worried for a minute. I was like, am I going to actually be able to play this game or what? All right, here we go. Excuse me? Connection problems. Now that server's probably filled up. Okay. Refresh. Let's just go with West Cliff. We'll try that one. Very good. Off to a great start. All right, let's try it again. I can imagine the high and full is going to dwindle down in like a week.
Hey, look, show me your hands. Do you hear me? Damn. Is he infected? Looks clean. What do we do? He'll die here. No time. Get him to the car.
It looks like your pupils are
I
responding.
am getting hungry now. I'm gonna have to gotta grab something to eat in a few.
When we
I'll
found
probably just have
you
like
lost a lot of blood. I don't usually believe in miracles.
Damn.
So I assume that your quick recovery is the result of incredible fortitude. Oh,
I'll probably
by
just
the
have
way,
some yogurt
welcome to
and
Woodbury.
granola for
I
breakfast.
think this is the
Something.
first time we've
Shit,
ever seen
how did
you.
that fall?
So you're
Something that I
probably
don't
not
have
from
to
around
take
these
a long
parts.
time to prepare.
But don't worry, make yourself at home. So, can you get up? Try to get off the bed.
Alright.
This game is third person, right? You know, surprisingly, it doesn't look that bad. Hold on, let me check some stuff really quick. Settings, display monitor 1, screen mode, windowed. Why is it windowed? So you can't change the brightness or anything like that? That's kind of wild. I don't see an option for that, at least. Game, audio. Yeah, pretty limited options. Render scale. Alright. Well, it is what it is. Alright, talk to the doctor. Here we go.
Great. I'm really glad to see you recovering so quickly. We've saved people from the outside before, but we practically pulled you back from the brink of death. My name is Glenn, Woodbury's doctor. And you are?
My name is Brad, right?
All right. Your speech organs seem fine.
Your
Nice to meet
speech
you.
organs?
Well, I'm sure you have a lot of questions, but our leader, Chris, will fill you in on everything better than I can. So, if you're feeling okay,
So these are some
you can grab your bag and go take a look around.
Well, not a bad thing.
some late Christmas gifts.
Everyone in Woodbury already knows we have a
Getting
newcomer.
better all the time, huh? Today.
What happened to me? Where am I? I'll just say, you know what? Whatever.
We found you not far from Woodbury, bleeding and unconscious. Your car was nearby, overturned, and it looked like you'd been fighting with a large group of infected. It's a good thing we found you in time. Well, anything else? I'm sure
Woodbury.
Chris will
Is this
tell you
like The
more than I
Walking
can.
Dead? Fighting infected?
Take care, and get well soon. After you talk to Chris, you can always find me at the infirmary.
I like how you have to click goodbye. All right, and click.
Don't forget to take your belongings. They're in the bag by the door.
I just wonder how the gameplay is about to be. So far, it doesn't look that bad. I'm just kind of curious, like, what's the... Okay, this is kind of like DayZ a little bit to me. Take item. Take. I'm taking all this. Battery, beans, spaghetti. Is that what that is? All right.
For weapons and other equipment, you can check out a shop.
Drink water.
And if you need medical supplies, you'll be able to buy them from me when I return to the infirmary. You must be thirsty.
Food and drink, okay.
Don't forget to replenish your food and water supplies at Rob's Bar.
You! Quit being boring!
Opera GX lets you limit your RAM while you're gaming, so you can do whatever you want. I don't eat RAM. Keep all your stuff holstered. Sidebar for all your ready to go. Oh! Sidebars, mini bars, candy bars, all good. Get your browser the way you want it. Customize sounds, wallpaper, colors. Do whatever you want. Get Opera GX! Yeah! You don't get Opera GX, you're boring as man. You get better, get Opera GX. I'm waiting for some kind of game-breaking glitch. Can I not leave? Hold on, Dr. Biomedicine. Okay, it says to go here. F doesn't do anything. There we go. What was that, 7th time's a charm, I guess? What in the world? Central Hub area. Talk to Chris if you want to know more about Woodbury or your land plot. Alright. Now this isn't early access, so I gotta like go in with those expectations, but I'm also worried that how long is early access? Like years? Wasn't DayZ in early access like forever? I just think it's funny how they're showing everything, but it's like we're still in like a server and everybody's like running around doing crazy stuff. Hopefully this song's safe. We'll see. I just sort of run out there and start shooting. Like, I don't know, maintain, increase your stamina when working out, okay? Interesting. You got a sauna, alright. I've never tried a sauna before. Always like afraid I'll like black out and die. It's like weird fears of mine. Alright, reputation. I really just want to try this game out. I want to give it a fair shot. Alright, sprints. We gotta go talk to a bunch of people now. Survivor Colony, okay. I wonder, like, what's the goal of this game, you know? Alright.
The community can be challenging, but I chose them. Hello, you're the survivor we rescued a couple of days ago, aren't you? We were all praying for your speedy recovery. It's good to see you're okay.
Thank you for saving me. Here we go.
We always try to help those in trouble. Otherwise, where would we be if we didn't show humanity to each other? Definitely not here. My name is Chris, and I'm in charge of this shelter called Woodbury. Here, we have gathered all the remaining survivors from New Fortune City and the surrounding suburbs. In Woodbury, we all work together towards rebuilding our society, and any help would be greatly appreciated. Each of us would like to live in a better world. A world where our children can play freely on the streets, where we won't have to live every day in uncertainty and fear of death. This dream is what unites all of us. Get to know the members of our close-knit team to see how everything is organized here. Talk to the weapons trader, Ed, the storage keeper, Abby, the bartender, Rob, and Dr. Leonard. After you're done talking, come back to me, and in the meantime, I'll register you.
Alright, goodbye. Alright, we gotta go talk to somebody else now. So sprint is not toggle, okay, that's good. Which I'm sure you can change a lot of this stuff. What's crouch? This game have prone? It almost feels like it's a mix of a lot of other games I've talked, or not talked to, it says talk to the person I saw that and my brain's already going sideways right now. This feels like a lot of other games I've covered.
Greetings, buddy. I see you finally recovered. Let me introduce myself. I'm Ed, the weapons trader. It was my guys who found you almost dead out there. We don't leave people in distress here in Woodbury. Quite the opposite, actually. Here, I've got something for you.
All right. I wonder, like, who are we fighting in this game?
An excellent rifle. Just needs to be assembled at the workbench. Once you assemble it, you can have it for yourself. It's a gift. With it, you'll have a better chance of making it back home on your own 2 feet, rather than on a stretcher like last time. No need to thank me. The important thing is that you're alive. The rest doesn't matter. Well, I wish you luck, buddy. If you ever want to buy top-notch weapons and ammunition, or if you want to sell anything you don't need, feel free to come to me. Until we meet again.
All right, assemble the weapon at the workbench, all right? So here's what I'll say. This video will either... I don't know, it's like, I want to call it part 1, but at the same time, I may not do a series if I don't enjoy it. Right now, I can't really tell if I will like it yet or not. I guess we'll find out. Okay, workbench, open world, you come across workbenches that are, okay, indispensable. All right, select the weapon, manage attachments. That's pretty cool. Okay, tab, go back. Handguard, putting that on as well. Kind of showing you the customizations. Just a lot like Call of Duty, honestly. Alright, talk to Abby. Here we go. Is this Abby from The Last of Us 2? Imagine. Just copy and paste. I think what's funny is there was a trailer for the longest time. Nobody knew if this game was real or not. And there was a trailer that kind of showed, like, somebody broke it down and showed, like, stuff from other games, like scenes and stuff. So nobody knew if this game was actually legit. But alright, here we go.
Hey there. You're the survivor everyone's been talking about lately, right? Glad to see you're okay. I'm Abby, the storage room keeper. It's the safest place in Woodbury, so people use it to store their personal belongings. I can see your backpack is pretty full. Leave the things you don't need right now with me. It'll make it easier for you to move around. Don't worry. They'll be perfectly safe here.
Alright, open storage.
The storage room is at your service.
I'm not sure, so it seems like...
Holidays sweeter. It's been made with the finest ingredients for over 100 years. Russell Stover chocolates. Make happy.
I guess my experience with, like, DayZ, it's like we're putting everything back in the storage.
That's the way to go.
Like, why not just hang on to it? Alright, talk to Dr. Leonard. Where is this at? Oh, back over here. I thought somebody didn't have any clothes on. I was like, wait, what the hell? You can't slide this game either. I don't know, like, what the... So after we talk here, I'm assuming we got like a mission or two, right?
Lately, I haven't been sleeping much. Chris wants you to register as a resident of Woodbury. That's great. We always welcome new members to our community. Just yesterday, we weren't sure if you would be okay. Well, in that case, I need to give you
GPS. Right.
It's a GPS map of New Fortune City and its surrounding area. It marks all the evacuation points through which you can safely return to Woodbury. Keep an eye on the map. The closer you are to an evacuation point, the safer it will be. According to the rules, I need to wait for confirmation from Chris that you're a registered resident. Once you're done with that, feel free to drop by if you need any medication. All right then. See you later. Take care of your health. See you again.
All right, talk to Rob. Here we go.
You know, Doctor, what's new? But he's a kind person at heart.
I'm not gonna lie, this game definitely feels a little rough already. So it's funny, I just played this game called The Walking Dead Destinies, and it was like terrible, but I enjoyed playing it. This one, it's almost like it's just like doesn't have a soul or something. It's kind of weird. Like there's a little bit of charm here and there with the environments and everything, but maybe when the gameplay starts, we'll like it more. We'll see.
Hey, look who's awake. Welcome to Woodbury, pal. I'm so happy to finally see you alive. I'm Rob. Here's my bar. So, how are you doing? Enjoying your time here, huh? Actually, Chris warned me that he'd be sending you my way to get to know each other. So I prepared a little gift for you. I'm sure it'll come in handy.
Medications, all right.
I kept this first aid kit for myself, but I haven't been out in a while. And I like you, so take it. Maybe it'll save your life again someday. So, did Chris get you registered already? When you're done, swing by here. I always have good food, drinks, and supplies in case you're heading out. We'll catch up again, pal. Have a great day.
All right, return to Chris to finish the registration at the... Oh, as a new resident, okay. How far away is this? Back over here we go. I'm happy there's waypoints, because if there wasn't, I would be lost. Is there a map? So that's like the GPS. That's actually pretty cool. What is journal? Oh wait, hold on. I have to J after I'm actually on this? It doesn't do anything, okay. I guess we haven't unlocked that yet.
Woodbury gets better. Great. I see you've met everyone. So, what do you think of Woodbury at first glance?
Didn't expect to find myself in such a large shelter, yeah. I'm not sure yet, there we go.
That's okay. I understand how you feel. It's daunting to meet so many new people and not know what they expect from you. I hope you've realized that we don't wish you any harm. From now on, the doors of Woodbury will always be open to you. I'm confident that you'll find something to keep you occupied here. I'm ready to tell you more whenever you want. So, now I'll inform the team that you're a registered resident, and from this moment on, all the services provided by Woodbury will be at your disposal. If you want to have your own home, cars, and storage, we're currently working on setting up a small, safe settlement outside of Woodbury. Every one of our residents can move there if they wish. You can get one of the available plots of land right now. You know what? Let me have our guys take you to the settlement. Just head to the exit, and they'll meet you there. And if you have any questions about the land plot, you can ask me anytime. But I won't keep you any longer. Good luck.
I'm kind of wondering...
See you around.
Go to the settlement and examine your land plot, okay? Plot of land. I don't know what to think yet, everyone. I'm trying to, like, get a grasp on what they're going for, but I haven't seen the gameplay yet. All I've seen is this area. It'd be funny if you never actually leave. Alright, here's the exit. Okay. Wait, what? I have to wait for other people? Me and my doppelganger behind me. Alright, gameplay time. Land plot, okay. Building mode, okay. Set up a tent. Open catalog, okay. Houses. This right here. So they have a shelter where you can be inside, but they want you to sleep out here. This isn't a tent. This is a, well, I guess it kind of is. That's funny. Place furniture, okay. Catalog, let's see. A lawn chair. Very relaxing. We got anything else? They won't, you have to use this, okay. Where would I put this at? It's like I like how there's a safe already there. Put it next to the safe. But hold on, wouldn't you want this next to your bed? Is this technically my bed? Whatever. Does it really matter? Put it right here. We got a radio. Can I put it on top of the table? There we go. Oil lamp. Alright, go back. I kind of want to go out this way. Can I go explore a little bit?
I've been told that you're settling in nicely. That's great. You can come to your land plot whenever you want. By the way, Abby wanted you to visit her before letting you into the city. So, let our guys take you back to Woodbury now. And then you can do whatever your heart desires. That's all for me. Well...
It's time
time to save big during the Yamaha Let's Ride sales event. With as low as 5.99 APR for 36 months. So visit your local Yamaha dealer today to save. Then, let's ride.
I hope we'll see you again, Uncle. Take care.
Is this gonna be one of those games? It's like a mile wide and like an inch deep. You know what I mean? Kind of like the year one of Destiny 2, where there was like all these things you could do, but none of it mattered. All right, let's see. I want to go to New Fortune City. That's what I want to do. Oh well. I like how there's like a cutscene every time you gotta go back and forth. That's funny. Shows me anything's different. Everybody's just like crouching around. That's funny.
Good luck to you. You're back. It's great that Chris managed to call you here before you head into the city. And I saw your meager equipment and thought, you just recovered from an injury. I can't let you go out like this. So I've asked Chris to let me give you a little financial aid from Woodbury in honor of your registration as a new resident. This is enough money to buy another weapon from Petter, along with ammunition. And I suggest you put what's left in the storage, just in case. No need to thank me. The best thing you can do for us in return is to work with us to rebuild our community. You've probably already received some tasks from the Woodbury residents on your tablet, so don't forget to check them out. And thanks in advance for your help. Just take care of yourself and come back alive, and the rest doesn't matter, okay? That's great. So do you want to open the storage room, or do you want to talk about something else? See you again.
New beginning complete. Alright, we got rewards, but no idea what any of it is. Alright, open journal. Let's see. Do I have to crouch every time? So the first one, I guess. Accept. Track. Alright, we're going there. Source of life. Okay. This person's just like gliding. That's funny. Alright, New Fortune City. Let's go, baby. After like 25 minutes, we finally get some gameplay. I'm excited to kind of see what the shooting and stuff is like. Alright, New Fortune City. Let's see. Whoever infected and other survivors may pose a threat to prevent losing your items. Store. Not worried about losing anything. That was cool. Why is it the first person in the tutorial, though?
You have entered the danger zone. Collect as much valuable loot as possible and return to Woodbury.
Now, this doesn't feel that bad. What's the map show? It's saying to go back behind me, which is odd. No, that must be something else. Hold on. Let's just run around for a little bit. Yeah, it reminds me of the first time I played The Division. It feels a lot like that. But The Division had really good loot, I felt like. Hold on, where am I going right now? See, the task is like back behind us. But, okay, I see evacuation, no backpack, task is back there. Okay, the task is only back there because we have to go back there to deliver it. Lava zone, right? Where are the enemies at? Donuts ahoy. Road closed, okay. Hey, can you go in these stores? I heard like a zombie just now. I don't know, hold on. I'm so confused. It's almost like they don't register when they're getting hit. It's kind of odd. Why are they like dressed like a clown as well? Okay, we got a burger. We're in a restaurant, so I guess it makes sense. They created a pretty cool looking world. I just don't really know. I think the reason the objective is back there is because I'm not supposed to be in here yet. I just want to fight, but it's like nobody's here. There's no cover system. There's no... Let's just see how far we can go down the road. Let's just try it. 2090. Playing this game on a 4090 as far as like the GPU goes, so hopefully it looks okay. I don't know. It's definitely a game that I had really high hopes for, but right now it's not feeling promising. Hold on, checkpoint area. Like I was trying to get like behind one to see if I could like assassinate or stab or something, but like why would that miss? There's no melee apparently from the review I saw. Is there a dodge button? Okay, well, that's different. There's no rolling, there's no... You can crouch, but that's it. Alright. Whatever. I'm just like... I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of struggling right now. This is not a good game at all. I felt bad because their tweet was like 5 years in the making and all this stuff, and I'm like, this is like The Last of Us. This is what this is right here. This is like looks exactly like the neighborhoods in the first game of The Last of Us. That's crazy. Like, okay, can I go into houses? That's the real question. Open world, MMO, extraction. Okay, boarded up. Not going there. Let's see what else we got. This one's open, but I'm kind of worried. Like, what if I get...
Let's listen to what the CIA agent have to say about tips on being a spy. I think you're gonna want to listen.
What is the one spy trick?
Listen.
Everyone that they can use to improve their life instantly. Now you already mentioned quite a few, but what else could jump to mind?
My go-to answer for this is not really changed much over the last few years. So the most important spy trick to change everything immediately is something called perception versus perspective. We all look at the world through our own perception. My dad used to tell me, my stepdad used to tell me that perception is reality. And I was arguing this with him when I was 14 years old. I told you so, Dad, you're still wrong.
Yeah.
But perception is your interpretation of the world around you. But it's unique only to you. There's no advantage in your perception. That's why so many people find themselves arguing all the time, trying to convince other people of their own perception. The way that you win any argument, the way that you get ahead in your career, the way that you sell or outrace anybody is when you move off of perception and move into perspective. Perspective is the act or the art of observing the world from outside of yourself. Whether that's outside of yourself as like an entity just observing a third from a different point of view, or even more powerful, you sit in the shoes, you sit in the seat of the person opposite you, and you think to yourself, what is their life like? What do they feel right now? Are they comfortable? Are they uncomfortable? Are they afraid? Are they scared? What's the stressor that they woke up to this morning? What's the stressor that they're going to go to sleep with tonight? When you shift places and get out of your own perception and into someone else's perspective, now you're thinking, you move off of perception. There's no advantage in your perception. That's why so many people find themselves arguing all the time, trying to convince other people of their own perception. The way that you win any argument, the way that you get ahead in your career, the way that you outsell or outrace anybody is when you move off of perception and move into perspective. Perspective is the act or the art of observing the world from outside of yourself. Whether that's outside of yourself as like an entity just observing a third from a different point of view, or even more powerful, you sit in the shoes, you sit in the seat of the person opposite you, and you think to yourself, what is their life like? What do they feel right now? Are they comfortable? Are they uncomfortable? Are they afraid? Are they scared? What's the stressor that they woke up to this morning? What's the stressor that they're going to go to sleep with tonight? When you shift places and get out of your own perception and into someone else's perspective, now you're thinking of them, which is giving you an informational advantage. But you know what they're all doing? Everyone else out there is trapped in their own perception, not thinking about a different perspective. So immediately you have superior information, superior positioning, you have an advantage that they don't have. And if you do that to your boss, it's going to change your career. If you do that to your spouse, it's going to change your marriage. If you do that to your kids, it's going to change your family legacy. Because nobody else
my
out there is
007 agents out there, leave a message in the comments, like or follow for more wisdom and stay tuned.
This is a jazz professor hearing and playing Nirvana for the first time. Watch this.
Have you heard that song before? No. That is insane. Really? Oh, that's why I f***ed this all up.
Ain't no way in hell nobody can't have heard that song.
So every drummer that comes through, we have a tradition of giving them some music to learn. Okay. For anyone who doesn't know, you've been teaching at Juilliard School of Music for how many years?
I've been teaching at Juilliard for 7 years.
It's a big deal.
I'm the small ensemble director.
So you're, I guess.
This sounds like such a lie. If this motherfucker's been teaching at Juilliard for 7 years and he's a music teacher and he's of this age, you come from that generation, bro. You know this fucking Nirvana song.
Okay. We've taken the drums out. Okay. So you have complete freedom to come up with your own drum part, whatever you want. Okay. And then at the very end, we're going to play you the original, and you can see either how close you got, okay, or how creative you got. Oh man, this is fun. So are you ready? Yeah, let's do it. Okay, here it is.
So you cannot hear the drums in this track. So this is what he hears. It's surprising that he's never heard this song before. Double timing it there. There he goes.
is insane. It doesn't make sense. It's all up.
I was saying to the guys in here, I'm like, I wonder when the last time Ulysses played 2 and 4 was. That was unreal.
Up and all the way up.
Wasn't terrible. You don't know the song. What are some things you picked up on?
Let's listen to what the...
Welcome to Night City.
Nature is a whore. Bruises on the fruit. Time the roses bloom. And he likes all our pretty songs. And he likes to sing along. And he...
Pillow Square. I'm glad you asked. This is Jay, the Metro the Pillow Cube. And this is a...
I've listened to it a couple
Whoa, hey. And the hardest question to answer, what would the first intro mission of GTA 6 look like? I mean, every single GTA has an iconic intro mission. So I'm going to answer both of these questions, and I'm not taking any shortcuts because I literally paid $200 for a voice actor, so... The first thing on our list to create is Vice City. Currently, the closest thing we have to actually walking around in Vice City is this. The 2021 Vice City Remaster by Grove Street Games. Now, we already went into this with the San Andreas version, but they somehow managed to do the exact same thing. So let's take a look to see what I'm up against. We got random hotel signs that are just floating. That's alright. This is what we call a door handle, apparently. And then it goes all out the window. Freaking 2-foot Oompa Loompa ghost riding a Vespa. This chick identifies as Sonic the Hedgehog. And guys, I cannot make this up, legit. AI upscale textures. They really just ran it through ChatGPT and called it a day, bro. I mean, even the NPC like, dang, yeah. We might have messed up on this one. Like, what my player build is this, bro?
Personally, I wouldn't take this level of disrespect.
You know, it's a complete mess. And I need our version to look like this. So I've got a lot to make better. Starting with the buildings. I grabbed 6 buildings I wanted to recreate and got to work. And that was no understatement. Bringing all 6 buildings to life as realistic as possible took over 1 hour. Per building. Now, I'm not the fastest modeler, so that's probably why it took so long. But I mean, I turned a cube into this, so that's pretty cool. The 12th, why do it be white? Well, because it took another full day just to do the textures. I think I know why GTA 6 is taking so long. Grove Street Games, on the other hand, y'all got some explaining to do, because look at the difference.
Y'all losing me, man.
Here's the problem, though. I only made 6, and there are countless in Vice City. There was absolutely no way I could recreate the whole map. I decided to save my sanity by just recreating this long strip along the beach, and this way, all my effort can be focused into one location. So while I try to compete against a whole team of people that made this, let me thank today's sponsor, Honkai Star Rail. Honkai Star Rail is a brand new space fantasy RPG made by the developers of Genshin Impact, so you know it's good. It's free to play on PC, PS5, and even more.
Yes, sir.
In Honkai Star Rail, you can explore all kinds of different open worlds across the universe, get immersed in the storyline, and I mean, with visuals like this, no joke, it looks like a movie. It's so tastefully done, it's sick. Let's go! And there's over 30 playable characters that you guys can check out, all with their own unique backstory, character traits, ability trees, so how you play is just really up to you. And if you play now, you can take advantage of the all-new limited-time character, Argenti, who just destroys all the enemies, not with just his spear, but his special attacks that have these super cool rose effects. I mean, it just looks so cool, and he likes plants. He's a part of the new free update Honkai release that added a whole bunch of new content. New maps, missions, characters you can try out like Hanya. Honkai Star Rail just got ranked the best game on the App Store and the Google Play Store. So it is a perfect time to start playing and redeem these codes to unlock some limited time items. Thank you, Honkai. 5 days. Condensed into just one clip, I completely overhauled this whole portion of Vice City. And the cherry on top that just made this scene are buildings. We've got got the 2021 Vice City remaster, then we've got our realistic version. I just love all the detail I added that really helped bring it to life. Mainly the buildings, those just straight carry. I mean, just look at the difference.
So we don't have the capacity.
But there's so much that goes into making an image realistic, like the dirt and grime, the cars parked, and even small little details like the street signs. And that is one thing that Rockstar did perfectly in the official trailer. It just feels so alive. Which brings up a question I get asked a lot. Now, a lot of people be asking, why do you even want to get hired by Rockstar? You don't make games. But someone's got to make the environment that you play in. I want to work on GTA 6. I want to make an environment, bro. I want to make a building. I'll make something. Even if it's a blade of grass, I want to make something, bro. Now, sorry, I kind of lost the plot a little bit there. But Art Vice City was looking great. I mean, I even animated this goofy-looking Vespa clip as a little throwback.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm getting cooked.
But there was one problem with Art Vice City, the people. This procedural crowd plugin that I'm using makes my life way easier, but all the models are wearing winter clothes, which makes no sense. Which technically means Grove Street Games got me there, and I mean, come on, we can't have that. So I had to take one for the team, guys. This is not my proudest moment. I took the female character from our concept trailer, and then I paid $15 for a virtual bikini. And then it gets worse. All I'm saying is the suit didn't fit. I mean, not even close, so I had to sculpt. It was probably the weirdest 15 minutes I've ever spent on my PC. And to answer the question you're thinking, yes, everything is textured, okay? Man down, man down! Someone had a field day when they made this bad boy. Whole time, I felt like I was about to get canceled. So I finished that interesting little side quest, and, that was enough for me. She's the only one walking around in the bathing suit, so that's gonna have to do. So after 7 days of creating Vice City and a chick in a bikini, I think we've successfully answered what it's like to walk around in Vice City. But now it's time to answer the even harder question, how does GTA 6 start? Because GTA 5 started like this, 4 started like this, and San Andreas, iconic. So here's our game plan. The character you saw walking around is actually the same character from our concept GTA 6 trailer I made 6 months ago. But the main problem with him, bro was bald.
I'm Michael Jordan.
So I decided to give him a complete makeover to better resemble the actual GTA 6 character. And with that fixed, naturally I wanted to continue the same story that we spent 200 days building, where he breaks out of...
Yeah, my number hasn't changed. Well, you need to holler at me about something? Oh shit. Seems like we about to make some plans. Somebody making some plans. Is that good enough? It might be. Can't really see. Oh, definitely. You already know. Say less. You know what I'm saying? You already know. Oh, we could definitely break bread. I'm trying to do the same thing. Trying to save up for a couple trips next year maybe. Me and my homie was talking. He got a new job a couple months ago. He said a famous pizza place, man. Kind of. I mean, it's famous and people around here love that shit, but I don't think that's the best pizza I've ever had. But I ain't gonna lie, yo, like this area, this shit was like settled by Italians. There are a lot of Italians and motherfucking what's the last name with Ski? Wachowski and all that shit. That's like Polish. Yo, Italians and Polish are all around this shit. So I will tell you this. Brownies. I tell you this, that there's not there are chain pizza places around here, but they don't get business like the little one-off mom and pop pizza joints. Like them shits be booming. There's one place called Angelo's, and then Angelo and this other place called Kelly's. They're brothers, and they got a rival about who got the best pizza. Italian motherfuckers. And then they like this other place too. It's like this. It's called Coney Island Hot Dog. But there's two of them, and that's two brothers, and they got rivals about who got the best Frankfurters. And then there's a couple of other pizza joints that just advertise authentic brick oven pizza, and it do be like that real brick oven shit, but I don't know, man. I forgot the spot in Philly, but I had some pizza in Philly one time. I think that's the best pizza I've had. And I ain't scared to admit that shit to nobody around here. There's another place. Oh, you know what? There's this one place called Buona's, another Italian spot, brick oven. I do like Buona's pizza, and they're pretty famous. I think the founder of that shit just passed away last year or the year before. The old head, he was like, and I think he was second generation. I think he actually got that shit from his parents. And he was already like, I think when he passed, he was like in his 80s. That motherfucker been making pizza for about 60, 70 years. And now his kids and his grandkids got it. And they still make it the same way his forefathers came up with the recipes for that shit. But now I'm thinking that's my go-to place, but it ain't in the city I live in. It's in the next city over. So when I be over there, and I just want a good slice of pizza, I go right to Buona's. And then there's a place where I'm at now, and that's my go-to pizza spot. This place called Tommy's. Once again, Italian motherfuckers. I can already see I'm gonna be here for the whole weekend doing this shit. It's all good though, cause these are paid commissions. So I don't mind too much. Not for a paid commission. I think that's the one. I don't eat them hot dogs. I feel you. I used to be a big fan of hot dogs, but now I just feed them shits to guests at cookouts. You gonna eat one of these hot dogs? No, good, bro. I have a burger. Y'all can have the hot dogs. The closest thing I eat to a hot dog now is like brats or kielbasa. I still eat that shit. Oh, my Duolingo notification. I gotta do my Spanish class today. Yeah, they say ain't nothing like that brick oven. I said the spot by my crib, Tommy's, they pizza, it ain't that bad, bro. I say if it's just one of those days where I don't really feel like cooking and just want something hot and quick, I only got like 2 go-to places. If I feel like spending a couple dollars, cause I go to Tommy's, they got like a little beer cooler in there too. So even if you just do a pickup order and when you go grab your pizza, be like, yo, let me get one of them beers out the cooler. So that's like $18 for a pizza and a beer. But then Tommy's is like, it's not even that far. It's like a 7-minute drive. But if I really don't want to spend no money and I really don't feel like driving, there's like this place called Crown Chicken. This little Arab motherfuckers think they know how to fry chicken and shit. It don't be too bad. I go in there and get a fucking chicken box. That should be like $6. But those are like my only 2 go-to spots for like quick takeout food. Other than that, I be trying to find good ass restaurants to eat at. My homie came to my art show, and I mean, it's true. When I do shows and shit, I show my paintings. I don't normally show like drawings. But for this show, like this space that I'm in now, that shit's so fucking big, yo. I had to put them drawings in there on the cause they got these two big ass pillars in the gallery. And so this was the first time a lot of people, well, this is the first time, not even a lot, this is the first time most people ever really just seen some of my drawings like up close and in person. And my homie saw some of my drawings, he was like, bro, you gotta do some of these for me for Christmas gifts. I'm like, I got you. He's like, I ain't know you can do like the little sketches like this. That's it, dude. I've been told you I can give you a drawing if you don't want a painting. But once again, just because motherfuckers never seen that shit.
Man, the most censored man in the English language. But honestly, when you get him in front of an outhouse in the woods, he doesn't seem so dangerous.
So fancy outhouse.
We have a ruling class in the United States defined by its hatreds, not its loves, not its hopes, but by its hatreds.
Not great pie.
All kinds of people, large groups of people, the deplorables, the bitter clingers, America's entire blue-collar population, the unfashionable people. They're hated by the people who run our country.
I'm just a proud father who sometimes likes to get hot as balls.
With over 25...
Now, it's common knowledge at this point that pretty much every...
But no one is hated more by them than a man called Alex Jones.
Mm-hmm.
Alex Jones is the single most censored man in all American history. He was the first media figure in our history to be completely erased in one day, deplatformed. Alex Jones was deplatformed before it was a common term. And not just deplatformed, sued, attacked. They attempted to criminally charge him. What did Alex Jones do wrong? Alex Jones didn't rape anybody. He didn't loot Macy's. He didn't burn a police station. He didn't invent a fake cryptocurrency and loot pension funds. He didn't start a point.
The dispenser should just be calling you like, hey, bro, I got that thing in stock for you.
Alex Jones had opinions that deeply rattled the people who run America. In fact, rattled a lot of us. And I'll just confess that I first heard of Alex Jones when he questioned the official story behind 9/11, and I
I'll be here for a minute, yeah.
offended by this.
Yeah, fair enough. Yo, what a week. Wait a minute. Let me show you. Let me show you.
Event to exchange the life of everyone who lived here then might not actually have unfolded as we were told it did. And that possibility was too destabilizing. And I remember feeling resentment toward Alex Jones for saying that. But several years later, I wound up in Austin, Texas, and through a chain of circumstances, wound up meeting Alex Jones. And I learned what everyone who has met him now knows, which is Alex Jones is not a crazy person. Alex Jones has said pretty far out things on TV from time to time. Not that far out. He hasn't said men can become women, or Ukraine is a democracy. But within the bounds of, say, cable news, pretty far out. But fundamentally, Alex Jones is right about a lot of things. And in fact, that's why they don't like him. Alex Jones has an uncanny, really an amazing ability to predict events before they happen. He has called it, and he's done it on tape again and again, to the point where it's a meme on the internet. Alex Jones, prophet. Not conspiracy nut, prophet. But when you dig into Alex Jones's predictions, they are so spot.
Now people always say, "Oh, dude, you know you can sell way more paintings and make way more money if you paint like Oprah Winfrey or Jay-Z, or you know what? You can start painting like athletes and football players and just sending it to them, man, and that'll get you publicity. You should paint a picture of Drake. You should paint Lil Wayne, and that'll get your name out there if you start painting like celebrities." And I tell everybody, bro, I don't paint celebrities. I don't paint recognizable people. I like to paint everyday people. We are all important. I like to paint people that just look normal like me, not somebody's face that's automatically recognizable. But the few faces that I have painted that are recognizable, that's one of my favorite ones, yo. Alex Jones, like I had to paint my man's, yo, cause him and David Icke woke me up to the fucking realities of the fucking world, yo. Like, I've been on Alex for so fucking long. How do we get you to loan that to the podcast studio for the wall? Oh, you can get it, bro. You see how dusty it is? It just sits. It just sits here. If you want it on the wall, give it a spot, man. Look here. This is ridiculous. It has no home. It's just been sitting collecting dust for years. But yeah, yo, Alex is the man, yo. Like I say, happy I got to meet him in person once. With Buster, I'll clean it up before I break it over. I give it a good little sponge bath. But yeah, no, Alex is, once again, one of the initial people who deeply, deeply influenced my understanding of how the world actually works, and who gave me insight to how the world actually works. And I strayed away from him. No lie, I'll tell you this. So I've always tried to look at both sides. So when I was listening to Alex Jones heavily, I was listening to the Young Turks just as heavily. You know what I'm saying? I try to listen to both sides. And Alex Jones and the Young Turks, that's kind of like Fox and CNN almost. You know? But during the campaign for Trump, Alex was like pushing Trump real hard, and I'm like, bro, he's a presidential candidate. You know, all these guys are gonna get corrupted and like not really back what they're saying in their campaign rhetoric. And I honestly just really assumed like Trump was gonna do the same thing, just have all this rhetoric and then turn around and do the other shit. So like when Alex was like pushing him so hard, I'm like, bro, let him get in there first and let him and see what happens. And then him and the Young Turks got in this massive argument one time, and I don't know, some weird shit. And then so I didn't listen to Alex for about 6 or 7 months. And then I don't even listen to the Young Turks anymore. I just tried to find like some other people to listen to. And then even after 6 months, came back to Alex. Like, I can't find anybody else better to listen to. Happy the Daily Wire got started, then I can listen to all those guys. But yeah, when Alex got deplatformed, that shit was crazy. Yo, that was crazy. And I try to explain that shit to people. I'm like, yo, do you understand what the fuck just happened? They silenced this man because he made a statement that may have not been true, but from his understanding of the evidence and the fact that he gathered and collected, he made his own assumption, or he came to his own conclusion, and he put that out there. And motherfuckers tried to lynch him for that. And it's like, yo, wait a minute. And then they silenced him. I'm like, yo, this is bad. They are setting a precedent here. And then when they took a sitting president, when they silenced Trump, I'm like, Oh, okay. Can we not? Does everybody not see what the? Oh, Jimmy Dore is the dude, yo. I'm like, and Jimmy Dore is a comedian, so he makes it funny. So it's hardcore, real shit, but it's funny as hell. Never committed a crime. I said something that was wrong. I said, okay, Sandy Hook, crisis actors, false flag. Okay, I may not have been correct on all of that. Now you want me to pay $1 billion? Nah. But like I say, to this day, Alex Jones is still the man, yo. Like I even dropped his name and his YouTube channel and like some of the last rap music that I was making. And I actually sent it to him, hoping that maybe he'll use it kind of like as some segue music in one of his segments or something like that. But he never did. But it's all cool though. Like I said, I met him in person. He was nice. It was, I don't know. It's Alex Jones. But this morning my homie sent me the link for him and Tucker of 90 Minute. Oh, where did it go? Shit. Oh, shit. 90 Minute. Motherfucking Alex Jones.
We're here with the world's most dangerous man, the most censored man in the English language.
And even Tucker just had to admit that himself. Like when I first heard Alex, I was, whatever. And Alex, one of my favorite clips that somebody put together is that mashup between Alex and Elon Musk when they're both on Joe Rogan, and they're both basically saying the exact same thing. It's just Alex's delivery. He's fucking hype as shit, and some people can't get with that. And that's the only thing, he just comes off hype and a little aggressive, a little bit, and it turns people off. But that doesn't negate the fact that he's spilling all the fucking beans. The family's just tried to settle with him for 6% of the. Oh man, please. Alex and RF. Oh, that's the one you showed me when they were talking about make the frogs gay. You showed me that, and then once again, it's just his delivery. He's been saying the same thing for 15 years about the plastics, the fucking shit that seeps in from the plastics that is basically synthetic estrogen. BPH and shit. And so he told me about recombinant bovine growth hormones and squalene solution and fucking fiat currency and all this shit. But he just says it in a rough way. But when he says it's making the fucking frogs gay, and people are like, this dude is crazy. But then when RFK says, well, look, man, we've done this research and we've taken samples of amphibian life, and when we put them in water that has been contaminated with these forever chemicals, these genetically male frogs will transition fully into viable females. And he explains it so well. And Alex says the same thing. It's just a run-on sentence. He just do a run-on sentence, and it's like, Alex, just breathe and just talk a little slow, man. The air we breathe, the soil we grow food in, water we are, it's all soft kill. Alex told me about that. It's a soft kill tactic. It's Jordan Maxwell said, problem, reaction, solution. The Hegelian dialectic. It's all soft kill. They want to do exactly what the Georgia Guidestones instructed. Maintain the human population under 500 million. Those stones were erected in 1980, which means the list and whoever edited that list and try to make it really concise, basically the new Ten Commandments. It probably took them a while to get it to there, to word it the right way, to make sure everybody understood exactly what it was saying. And so that program has been in place for maybe 60 years because they work in long-term agendas. And so in order for them to achieve that goal of a global population of 500 million people, they would have to eliminate billions of us, but they can't do it in just one quick fell swoop. So they have to use things like eugenics and all kind of soft kill tactics, from the accumulative effects of the heavy metals that are in vaccines that children are forced to take for the first 15 years of their life. Like you say, all of our food now is mostly processed food. Very few people have any hands-on interaction with how their food is produced, grown, harvested, butchered, slaughtered, or anything. Like you said, the water, the air, they get us everywhere, every angle, and it's a soft kill tactic. It shortens our lifespan. People in their 40s are now getting thyroid cancers and Alzheimer's disease and different kind of degenerative brain diseases at 40 and 50 years old. Obesity rate is out of control, and this is all by design. And once again, Alex Jones has been talking about this prison planet, this highly technologically evolved prison planet. They're going to lock us into these smart cities and control all of our movement and control all of our access to food and resources. And recently, the new biggest slogan that they have is, "You will own nothing and be happy." Simple as that. You'll own nothing and you'll love it. We will program you and condition you into this new form of slavery and servitude, and you'll be fine with it, because we're going to systematically dumb you down for generations after generations, give you this uncontrollable urge to consume and fornicate and not be able to regulate your emotions and think critically. And so you will always be willing to receive the correct answers from the authorities.
Nobody was thinking like that. So you called it in public.
Love you, bro. Talk to you later on, man.
9/11 Commission. So if I'm the FBI and I'm investigating 9/11, you're like the first guy I would call, because you're the only person who said that out loud. Did they call you?
No, they didn't. But my most accurate prediction, going back over a decade, was when I read the Rockefeller Foundation Operation Lockstep, and they described using a virus to bring in world government, to bring in a world medical ID, that they would then build the social credit score off of, and that they would make people wear masks for fear, that they would shut down sporting events and things like that, and basically phase in this new tyranny. So I was also able to specifically make that prediction over and over and over again, because I was going off their own battle plans.
Are you the only person in media who actually reads these reports?
I don't think a lot of people do read them, but I do read them. I mean, I'm currently reading MIT reports from their top councils, Pentagon reports. They have a working group called the Mad Scientist Group at the Pentagon that works with MIT. And if you go watch their hour-long, 2-hour-long, 3-hour-long meetings they have on YouTube with all the top, I mean, we're talking hundreds of top scientists, they admit that they're building a post-human world, that soon everyone's going to be mind-controlled, that they're going to put smartness in our food that they can electromagnetically control, and they just lay it all out right there. And I've learned what these people said in the 50s they would do were done by the 70s. What they said their plan was in the 70s for the 90s, they got done. And then when they had their Agenda 21 in Rio de Janeiro in 1992, the big UN summit, they described everything they would do up until the year 2000, and they got almost all of that done. Now they've got Agenda 2030, and we're going to ban your gas stoves, we're going to ban beef, we're going to ban single-family dwellings, we're going to ban private ownership of cars. We're going to do all this, and now you see them rolling it all out. So I'm not really making predictions in these high-level World Economic Forum and other large think tank groups, they are laying out the future, and their high priest of the World Economic Forum, it's a consortium of all these groups, Yuval Noah Harari, you go read his quotes, the future's not human. The human era is over. The public is useless. I mean, this is a very anti-human system, so that's how I'm able to make predictions, because they've given us a roadmap. They tell us where they want to take us. And so when the public wakes up, we push back on some of them, but they always come back. And so I'm just following the trajectory of where they say they want to take us. And there were a lot of white papers, not just the PNAC document from 2000, a year before 9/11, where they describe we really need big terror attacks. We really need Pearl Harbor events to get Americans to give up their rights. I mean, take what just happened in Israel, totally tragic. My heart goes out to all the killed or lost loved ones who have been injured. But there's no way that one of the best intelligence agencies in the world...
There ain't no consideration. We can just sit there and flesh it out. We just... all we gotta figure out is
So there was clearly a stand down.
a roadmap for it.
And now the West will take more of the people's rights.
I'm all here for it, bro.
And take more of their people's rights, which is a big debate over there. Hamas
Yes, sir.
is funded by Hezbollah, which is Iran.
I ain't trying to be Russell Brand, but I can do what I can, you know.
And now the Mullahs are bragging that they were Hezbollah funding Hamas. So really, those aren't even predictions. It's clear that Hezbollah and Hamas have tens of thousands of men and women as sleeper cells that are, quote, other than Mexican, that the Border Patrol list every month tens of thousands coming across the Texas and Arizona and California sectors. And it's an easy equation to predict that there's a wide probability that Hezbollah and Hamas at some point are going to attack sports stadiums, they're going to attack colleges, they're going to attack synagogues, they're going to shoot up mass gatherings if they're given the order by Iran.
That's it. Be the first Travis.
And then when this happens, our government won't get in trouble for dissolving the border and letting these people come in. Just like on 9/11, our government clearly had prior knowledge. There was clearly a major stand down that went on, and the government got
that 9/11 shit, I ain't gonna lie, yo. He was the first person he was the first person that put it out there, and I'm running with him all the way. And once you start looking into the evidence, it's like, wait a minute. They said it happened this way, but it don't add up that it happened that way. Alex was screaming that shit like day one. And like I say, that's right around the time I started like really trying to figure some shit out. Like I said, it was David Icke first, and I just got lucky. I don't know how. I had some really dope ass smart friends, yo, when I was in Philly, and my homie, not a mama's boy, but yo, his mom was like his road dog, yo, and sometimes when we hang out, we just be chilling. He was like, yo, I'm about to go stop through my mom's crib. We just go kick it with his mom for a little while. And I remember one day we were just chilling at his mom's house, having some drinks and stuff, and she was reading. Now let me get this right. This had to be like 2002 or 2003. But chilling at my homie's mom's crib, yo, she was reading Dan Brown's The Da Vinci Code. And as a matter of fact, I remember exactly how this was. It was Mother's Day. That's really why we went over there. It was Mother's Day. And so we went over to chill with his mom, give her a gift, and she had some homegirls was chilling over there too. And so we chilling with them, and then somehow some politics come up, and we started talking about presidents and this and that and the wars, and I was like, I don't know, man. Some people say, this is what I was saying to the group now in the conversation. I was like, some people say, women are extremely emotional and this and that. I was like, I don't know. I would wonder what it would look like if most of the world leaders were women, and how would that scenario actually play out, since women are in general like more nurturing and more caring and not as violent as men. And his mom, we kept going on. And then after that, she said something. She made another comment. She was like, you know what? If you think like that, you should read this book. I'm gonna let you get this book when I'm finished reading it. I'm like, what book? She was like, it's called The Da Vinci Code. She's like, I'm almost done with it. As soon as I get done, I'll let you get it. And so she let me borrow the Da Vinci Code. Then I'm reading that shit, and I'm like, oh shit. And yo, Shaman, what up? So yeah, this had to be 2002, cause 9/11 had just happened, and so my man's mom let me read the Da Vinci Code. That shit had me on some other shit. The Priory of Sion and all these other secret organizations. And then that same year, we oh no, this needs to be a lot lower. We was chilling. I'm chilling with the same homie, right? And his girlfriend at the time, her brother comes into town. He was living in New York. And he just come in to just chill with her for the weekend. And so when he comes into town, of course, like that was my man. So I went over there to hang out, and I met her brother and everything. And at that time, he was reading The Biggest Secret by David Icke. And he was telling us, he was like, yo, y'all gotta read this book. And so that weekend, he wound up leaving the book with his sister. And his sister read it. Then she passed it off to my homie. And then my homie read it. And then he passed it off to me. He was like, yo, Trap, bro, you gotta read this book, bro. So then I wound up reading that shit. And like I said, this was like the year after 9/11. And then, so I'm reading David Icke now, and I'm like, oh, hell, this shit is crazy. And then later that year, I met this motherfucker who put me up on Alex Jones. And it was a wrap after that shit. I was like, yo, I don't believe shit the government say no more. I just can't. I can't believe nothing these motherfuckers tell us, well. So I'm happy I found somebody introduced me to Alex Jones early on. I say he's been a major influence in the way I see politics, national and international, the way I look at global affairs and war and shit now. Like, man, look, that shit is all a fucking play. It's all a fucking stage. And all these motherfuckers actors. That's all it is.
Do you want me to do like an explainer about what the fuck this is all about?
Yeah, go ahead. Set the stage.
All right, so for those who don't know, I met Brian Goldsack through Alex Molfettis. We needed a podcast guest once, and then you came on. And then, I don't know what you thought of me.
You're an asshole.
I don't know what you thought, but you reached out to me. And then we went up to your property and went for like this long
to anyone else would be considered some sort of gay.
Yeah, well, it's because we were holding hands. That's why they would.
Well, but they didn't know, and I was going to leave that part out of the story, but you insisted on doing it.
Okay.
So, but I think what, and then I think what happened was
Go do your thing, bro. I'm right here for a
It
minute.
seemed like there was a curiosity between both of us, and I found you incredibly fascinating and interesting and curious and non-judgmental, which I found as a breath of fresh air, especially considering what the last 4 years of my life have been in my head. So I think that's like the quickest, maybe deductive story I could tell about how the hell you and I know each other. And so then I ran for school board, and you're like, yo, we gotta have a talk about like your brain. And I was like, can you wait until I win or lose to have that talk? Because if I won, we would still be here. And I lost because apparently registering as a Republican is a bad thing to do in like a 60% Democrat town. So
I can't see why, but
it doesn't make sense. So, and that's where we're at. So now we're going to sit here and have this conversation that you dubbed. Do you remember what you dubbed it?
what was the title? Doomsday or Deception?
Yes. Like, so you want to know, like, if, I think you were curious about, like, whether or not I was in the ballpark.
Yo, I'm leaking.
Things that I thought.
I'm literally leaking a video right now. Not even playing, bro. Like, my man's just sent me this video, and he says he's not gonna run it live on his shit until Monday. I don't know why you sent it to me, dude. I'm about to spill the beans. Boy, I got this information right here. Oh, shit. I feel like the motherfucker who leaked the GTA trailer. Y'all ain't got y'all hands on this right here yet, boy.
Or whether or not I was on Mars. And I think that that's where, like, the conversation came.
I think a lot of people don't give enough time to explain themselves.
I agree.
Especially when the subject matter is conventionally what people might call a conspiracy theory.
Yes.
I try to give people the time to explain themselves, even though, generally speaking, I disagree with almost every conspiracy theory I've ever heard.
Okay.
You, Marky, take the time to clearly articulate your stances, and you back it up, and you've thought a lot about it, and I respect your opinion and the amount of research that you put into these things.
Yeah.
That's why I thought this conversation would be good, because you're not just kind of pulling these things out of thin air.
Oh, yeah, I'm not like a adrenochrome.
You read and you dig into things. Yeah. So I feel like if there was anyone that I would have a discussion with about like pros and cons of what the heck is actually going on here, is it all part of some massive conspiracy, or is there perhaps no conspiracy occurring? I definitely would want it to be with you.
In other words, like, if I'm going to lose my virginity, I want it to be you.
You know, like, but on that note, the craziest thing happened to me today in preparation for this conversation. I'm sitting down in my office, and somebody comes into my office, full, decked out. Guy had to be in a $3,000 suit, sunglasses. He hands my secretary an envelope. And the reason I asked you earlier, what is your middle name, is because it was a sealed envelope, and it comes in MPD, and you said your middle name is Paul.
Yeah.
And all it says is they.
Is this real?
I mean, I didn't open it.
Can I do it? Can I just show the camera?
Sure.
You see that, Dan?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not opening it.
Now, I was gonna. Do you want me to open it, or do you want?
Well, I'll open it. I'm just afraid it's gonna be
I like this.
What was that shit that
This is exciting.
What was that shit that they gave people after 9/11? Anthrax.
Anthrax.
Yeah, that's I was kind of holding off on that joke for a little bit.
I'm a little concerned this is anthrax. Okay. Wait, should I get the smelling salts just in case? Is this real?
I don't know what it is.
Are you fucking
I
with
wish
me?
I wish I knew. I did, out of respect for you, I didn't want to open it because it has your name or your initials.
What is that?
No dust fell out, but that's good.
Can I read this?
Sure, go ahead.
I hope this is from you. Disclaimer, Mr. Dennebaum. On behalf of various entities, including the federal government, NSA, People's Republic of China, FDA, Federal Reserve, World Bank, UN, Pfizer, Rothschild, Fauci, Clinton, and Gates families, FEMA, Democratic National Convention, Illuminati, Freemasons, and the Supreme Council of the New World Order, we kindly request Mr. Mark Paul Dennebaum to discontinue any additional investigations into our supposed collusions. Your persistent and thorough research is a matter of considerable concern for us, as it poses a significant threat to our alleged plot of deceit, undermining our efforts to manipulate, weaken, and control the American population. Therefore, during our recent orgy, their eyes wide shut gathering at the Rothschild Mansion, a consensus was reached to diplomatically urge you to cease any further exploration or discourse regarding our clandestine operations. Non-compliance may potentially expose you and your family to undesirable consequences. Season's greetings, they. The harbingers of enigmatic yore, they.
Oh my God! I should.
Well, here's what I have to say. First of all, to all of them,
To all of they.
to all of they. Oh, who's they, them, or is it they, or who knows?
No, it's the harbingers of
They. Harbingers of enigmatic yore.
Yore?
What I will say this is they. Don't send letters. It proves you're real.
We should check that for fingerprints.
marks are all over it now. You ruined it.
I'll call all my people. Well, I mean, so the interesting is, that's where it. Do you want me to tell you how I got to where I am?
Yes.
Okay. So, and I've been thinking about this, and Dan and I talk about it a lot, like just to try to figure out, like, because you were there for the whole thing.
Yeah, I've seen it from the beginning.
He saw the whole flip, and I was a hardcore. In 1988, I was 8 years old, and I loved Michael Dukakis, and I hated George Bush. So I just assumed that I was a Democrat.
Okay.
Right? And for some strange reason, like, political ideology is personality. Like, people think that that's, like, who you are because you're on the...
with one another.
Right. And it really isn't. I've come to find that out because there was always those, like, my dad, my grandfather, who I think is one of the greatest men I've ever met in my life. Like, both my grandfathers served in World War II. Let's say this, the poor Irish one was a liberal.
Mm-hmm.
And the successful German was conservative.
Mm-hmm.
He was my dad's father was a hardcore conservative.
Your father's father was a hardcore.
Yeah, my paternal grandfather, and he was the best, literally like the best dude I ever knew. Hey, when you get a chance, we turn the air down like 4 degrees.
Yeah, keep going.
Okay. So my grandfather was incredibly influential in my life.
Mm-hmm.
He was no bullshit. He was a very soft, like he didn't have a lot of words.
Mm-hmm.
But the other side of me, like, was rebellious. It was like, you know, they just kill people and all they care about is corporate profit and blah blah blah.
They meaning in this circumstance.
They're conservatives.
Got it.
Right. So back when I was like, you know, my teenage years and blah blah blah, and then, you know, long story short is I lived in LA, which is like the mecca of liberal insanity. Everybody I worked with was insane, and I didn't realize it until, like, not insane like should be institutionalized, but like sometimes water ain't wet to them. It's something different.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of the times it was very confusing to me because coming from Northeast PA, which is basically like a coal town,
right,
blue collar, you go there and everything's so judgmental.
Interesting.
Everybody judges everybody.
I didn't think you would say that. I figured you would say that since it's so open-minded and left-leaning that it's less judgmental.
They're not. It's a very closed circuit of ideas.
It's a very closed circuit of open-minded ideas.
No, I wouldn't say open-minded.
Interesting.
Closed-minded. Very closed-minded. If you
would they consider themselves closed-minded, or would they say they're open-minded?
They would say they're open-minded.
Okay, I had a feeling.
Yeah. So it wasn't like it was. You would be told a thing, and you knew in your brain that wasn't true. But if you didn't go along with it, you would be judged.
Are you comfortable giving like even a lighthearted example of something that you encountered out there?
I'll give you like the quickest, stupid, easiest one.
Sure.
Well, I was at a bar one night, and it was like a mixer, like industry people.
Mm-hmm.
And I was single. I wasn't being a scumbag or anything but like beautiful women are beautiful women. And there was like a couple beautiful women there, and I was casually talking to them, and then one guy I was talking to, and I'll never forget it. Like I was having a good conversation with these women. Not to be like, hey, can I bed you in about an hour?
Mm-hmm.
It was just like, it's really nice. Like, when pretty people talk to you, it's nice.
It's a nice feeling.
And this one guy came over. Remember Guitar Hero?
Sure.
It had just come out. And what I would do is, like, in LA, you work 12, 14-hour days, right? So there's no time to drink. Only on Saturday. So this is a Saturday night. I promise you this was a Saturday night.
Okay.
So this guy was talking to me about, like, the work schedule and everything. I remember saying to him, I was like, I said, there's this crazy thing. I said, I started playing Guitar Hero when I got home from work to, like, decompress. And I'm like, like you close your eyes, you see the things going up even in your dreams.
Yeah. You look at the floor, it looks like it's still moving.
Yeah. So, and the girl that I was talking to looked at me and went, ugh, you're a gamer, and walked away. And I was like, what the fuck was that? Like, just because I play Guitar Hero? And that's when I started to go like this. What are these people really about?
So she didn't offer you...
No, she wasn't like, oh, that's nice.
She didn't even say like, oh, I'm not into gaming, but kept talking to you. Nope. She just ended the conversation there.
She go, you're a gamer, and walked away. And I was like, I don't even fucking game. I just play Guitar Hero. It's like, I have an Xbox. I don't play Xbox games. Him and I play golf or Microsoft Flight Simulator.
I'm allowed to watch him play Microsoft Flight Simulator.
Because he can't fly.
I fly very well. He just doesn't appreciate my skills.
So, and there's something about, like, even in my youth, I took advantage of the fact that I lived in LA and came home. Because like every time I came home, it's like, oh, you're from LA, you're this, and I'm like, oh yeah. And you feel like you're hot shit. And I knew I was not hot shit. I knew, like, I was a production assistant. Like, I got to do cool things. I got to work with cool people. Like, not all of them are assholes. I just think most of them don't know that they're assholes.
Smug.
Very, very smug. Like, I worked for a lady who was like, if you didn't have her water bottle filled in the morning before she got to the office, and it was like a certain temperature, she'd lose her fucking shit. And I'm like,
pH level. That's big out west.
It's nuts.
I'm like, I went out west about a year and a half ago, and a buddy of mine, he's like, hey, what pH do you want your water at?
I will punch you in the face.
I'm like, excuse me?
Yeah, how about healthy?
pH, but I'm sorry, continue.
So I came home, started my own business. Within 2 weeks, I had to get sober because for some reason I had this epiphany where it's like, oh, this is going to end in absolute disaster if I continue to drink. And what I was doing was I was drinking and then doing cocaine to continue to drink. So that was like the last like 6 weeks of me drinking was waking up in the morning, having Otter Pop margaritas, which is I'd make a margarita and throw in an Otter Pop so it wouldn't taste like margarita. And then I would just drink all day. And then at night, if I went out, I would do cocaine to continue to drink.
I see.
Right? And then there's a longer story about my sobriety. Then obviously it became untenable. So I did AA for 2 weeks, and then I said, all you fucking people make me want to drink. So
the AA people?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, I then spent the next 10 years being a victim. Nothing was my fault. It was everyone else's fault.
In your mind?
In my mind.
You were victimizing yourself?
Correct.
Okay.
My dad did this when I was 7, or my mom is just never nice to me, or my neighbors, you know what I mean? Like that shit, where it's like, it's never my fault.
Right.
But it was always my fault. So, in I think I've told a story about the mushrooms. Have I?
I'm not sure.
So this was a 10-year period of
This is from 2010 to 2020, right?
Damn. So I knew you when you were just coming down from this.
No. We didn't meet till after 2020.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right. It was about 2021, I would say.
Yes. Yeah, we met after that. So, in my work, I seem to be the go-to guy for nonprofits that have to deal primarily with pain. You know, whether it's sexual assault from a child, cancer, those are just examples. So every time, like tomorrow I have to do, or Saturday I have to do a cancer event, and I have to do the video for the cancer event, right?
Right.
People don't realize the toll that takes on you. So, like, if you sit down and you interview somebody about, like, the loss of a loved one, or, like, their battle through cancer, or, you know, someone who you know, I had to do an interview with a girl whose best friend's dad raped her at a party when she was 14. And then so this is what happened in one day. I had to do 2 interviews back to back. One of them was a young woman whose best friend's father raped her when she was 14. And the other one was a young mother whose 9-year-old son committed suicide with her gun on the day she was on her way to go to work. And then the neighbor of the duplex called to say, hey, a bullet just went through my wall.
No.
Yeah. And that was January of 2020. And on my way home from that, because the people who I was doing it for, I looked at them when I was real nice. I was like, thanks for talking to me. They walked out, and I just remember just being like, I think my soul has been taken out of me.
Yeah.
And I said to them, I can't touch this for a few weeks. You know, I have to get away from it. And it really affected me. And then on my way home, you know the Sheets down here? Caddy, right across from, right behind the Scranton High School?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm at that light. Sheets is on my right. The credit union's on my left. Now, at this time, it was 5:30, 6 o'clock at night.
So this is right after the conversation?
Right after. I was on my way home. My wife ordered takeout. I was going to go pick up raviolis from Vincenzo, whatever the fuck it is. So I'm at the light. I'm waiting for the light to turn green. I look to my left and I see a shadow. And I look to my right and I see a car. And for some reason, intuitively, I knew those two things were going to collide. Insofar as I had already dialed 911 before it happened. And I watched a man walking across the street get creamed by an Uber driver.
Oh my God.
Right. And I'm usually good in a crisis situation. So I dialed 911, immediately said at the intersection of blank and blank, here's where, somebody just got hit by a car. I pull over to the side of the road. I get out of the car. I get to within 20 feet of this guy, and it was like a force field. I couldn't get closer. And I didn't know why. And I just froze. By that, within 2 minutes, the cops show up, and I pull him aside. I said, I'm the guy who called. Here's what happened. It was a fucking drunk passenger in an Uber car who was, playing with the driver's hair. And she didn't see him. And she hit him.
Oh, my God.
How the fuck did I know that was going to happen? He flew up in the air like you would see in, the rally races when somebody gets hit. Yeah. But he had gotten up and then walked over to the bank and kind of, collapsed against the credit union. And I told the cops what happened, and I was like, there was nothing I can do. So I went and picked up raviolis, and I get home, and I walk in the house, and I love my wife more than anything in this world. And she was busting my balls. It took you long enough. There was no maliciousness, there was no nothing. And everything that irked me about her in that moment, and I didn't yell. I just went, I don't like when you do this. I don't like when you do that. This pisses me off. That pisses me off. That. And I went like a machine gun. And she just did the slow Puss in Boots cry. And I went, oh no. I just fucked everything up. I've only been married 7 months.
Wow.
Right?
You're newlyweds.
She walked away. She goes, don't talk to me. And she didn't know what happened.
Right.
She walked away. I couldn't explain it to her. I just didn't have the facilities at the time to explain it to her. So I knew, I fucked up. And I wouldn't go, and I didn't want, I needed to do something. I was getting that was the point where he was like, well, no one loves me. I'm a piece of shit. What the fuck? I'm like, but let's give it one last Geronimo. And while she was not talking to me, I got on the internet and I just started looking up non-pharmaceutical interventions for depression and trauma. And everything brought me to psychedelic. Everything. So, like 2 weeks later, my sister had her birthday, and one of married relatives was there. And I mentioned something, because I knew that, like, maybe this person was in that world a little bit. And I had mentioned, what do you know about psychedelics and depression? And it was like, oh, you came to the right person, you're talking to the right person. And I said, I need to. I don't have a choice. Either that or I'm going to throw a toaster in my tub. I don't know what to do. So we set up an appointment. I had to MC an event for the video I was doing about trauma. And I said I can't do it before the event because I don't know what the hell it'll do to my brain. Sure. Because it might short-circuit me forever. So I said after the event, I will do it. Okay. So on February 22nd, 2020, 02/22/20, I took a hero dose of psychedelics for the first time in my life, blindfolded.
Right into the deep end, didn't you?
I said I don't have a choice. Because they were trying to, like, do, like, they were like, I went down there, like, I told maybe, like, 4 people. And I did an hour-and-a-half interview the day I went and did it. So I can A-B what it was.
I see.
Like, who I am before I do this.
Oh, you were being interviewed.
Oh, yeah. I've never watched it. I still have it.
Oh, wow.
I've never watched it. So I did a hero dose of psychedelics on a couch in Old Forge, wearing a gravity blanket and a blindfold, while listening to a broken Spotify playlist that for 6 hours went dong.
That must have been amazing in its own freaky kind of way.
It wasn't as pleasant as I thought it could be. So the best way for me to describe it for anybody who's never taken a psychedelic was it was a 600,000-mile skydive without a parachute while going through 6 years of intense psychotherapy in 5 hours. It's nothing like being drunk. It's nothing like being stoned. Yeah. It's nothing like doing cocaine. And at the end of it, now, for anybody who's ever done it, they know what it is. Like, comes in waves and, but I wanted to be blindfolded because all the research I did before I did it was like, this has been around for thousands of years. Every culture has used it. It's been used for trauma. It's been used for everything. I remember at the end of it, I walked outside, and I wasn't like fully done. This was after like 5 hours where I'm like, I'm beat. And I walked outside. It was the clearest, brightest sky, night sky, that I've seen since I've been to Santa Fe, the middle of nowhere in Santa Fe, New Mexico. Wow. It was profound. It was just like, what? I took my packs of cigarettes. I threw them away in the fire that was out back. I went home to my wife, and I just held her for like hours. And the next 3 days were a nightmare.
A nightmare?
Nightmare. I didn't know what it meant. There was nobody there to be like, like post-op.
Right.
I have nobody there for which I later found was something called integration.
Integrating what?
What you learn.
Into...
just so you're not losing crazy. Just so you're not going crazy. Right? So for 3 days, I like free wrote. And then within like 2 weeks is the lockdown. So like I'm trying to figure like, I'm like, oh my God, I figured out like the meaning of life, and we're all going to die.
At the same
time. Right? And my wife, like, God bless her, like, she has to put up with me. And I'm like, in the world that we live in, I am an empath. I take in everybody's bullshit, and I just feel it. I can't imagine what I did to her. I feel fucking terrible for the shit that I put her through.
So death do us part.
I can no longer listen to meditation music because of that.
Really?
Oh, she's gonna murder him. Yeah. She goes, you play that fucking shit in here, I will fucking leave you. Yeah, so once you hear like once you hear like a 528 hertz, yeah. She's like, turn it off, it gives me anxiety. So we locked down. And now to jump back to when I was 12, 13, 14 years old. Remember Unsolved Mysteries?
Sure.
Boozy. What a doozy. Yeah, trying to work on some art, man.
And then after that was Rescue 911, or were they backwards? But that's where I learned that, like, Sirhan may not have killed Robert Kennedy, Like, that was on NBC. It was on national fucking television. Like, all these things that would just be like, question.
Right.
And for the first 2 weeks of the lockdowns, I wouldn't go near anybody. I was washing my hands like 12 times a day. I didn't go as crazy as my buddy who was microwaving his mail. But then Micah, whose son is a cancer survivor, ran into his pediatrician, and the pediatrician's like, don't worry about it. There's nothing to worry about. This thing ain't affecting. So then I said, okay, I'm going to start reading the data. So I stopped watching movies. I stopped watching TV. And all I would do was watch, like, interviews with doctors, testimony, all this shit. So, like, the first month of COVID was watching, like, the briefings and hearing them go, like, because I want to know how susceptible I was to this, right? So they go, okay, here's your age bracket, here's your chances of living. And I went, okay, so I'm 99.8 in my age bracket. And then they went, well, there's these 5 or 6 comorbidities that people have that are dying from this. So I went, okay, which one of those do I have? Oh, I have none of them. So my 99.8 has now gone to, what, 99.999? Well, everything in life is 99.999. So I was like, what are we doing?
As it relates to what? Getting back
the lockdowns, the fucking... people think that I was watching Fox News. I wasn't. If I hear something, if I hear somebody go like, here's the people who are in the hospitals, here's the people who are getting sick, here's the treatment protocols, right? And you're like, oh, that's a conspiracy theory. I said, I can't believe the conspiracy theory. I need to talk to people who are in the trenches. So I started talking to nurses, doctors, people that I knew. Tell me what you're seeing. Tell me what's happening. And nothing added up.
Yo, Mystic Styles, what's good, bro?
That was contrary to what was being downloaded into our brains from mass media. We had a nurse on here at the very beginning of it.
Yeah, Sarah Nero.
Yeah, she came in and she was like, it's all bullshit. We had a nurse on the podcast saying it's all bullshit. We're not doing the right shit. And then when it's like there's no treatment for COVID, I'm like, this is a virus. If it's real, it's a virus. So what are the best things that you could do? Get healthy, eat right, take the proper vitamins. And I was watching the news and reading the newspaper every day, waiting for them to go, take a vitamin, go outside, get some vitamin D. I knew in the end of March of 2020 that there was a vitamin D deficiency in most people who were getting COVID.
What's good, guys?
Because there was a big immigration from Africa about 12, 15 years ago.
I don't know what the hell that sound is outside. It sounds like they're doing something.
At the Russians like they did in the Cold War, or the Islamists after 9/11. Now they admit that their main focus is Christian conservatives and the bitter clingers and the people that live in rural America, that quote, white people, I mean, it says that in the report, are the main terror threat. And so this whole apparatus of the has now been turned inwardly against
Chilling on the Saturday morning. Y'all want to smoke real quick? We're trying to smoke. Somebody want to smoke with me real quick?
Transgenderism in the UK, they come to their house and arrest them. If a journalist does that, they come to their house and arrest them. If somebody says that these surveillance cameras should start getting cut down, they come to their house, they arrest them for their free speech. And so this is a global movement by the mega corporations, by the BlackRocks, and the State Streets and the Vanguards that control 80+% of world wealth to control our behavior. And Larry Fink of BlackRock has said that today most repeatedly. We're going to use our control.
There's still a lot of weed in here.
Over all this finance and this global social credit score rolling out to control people's behavior. So that's really what this is. And then they use the threat of global warming. They use the threat of a virus. They use the threat of radical Islam to take our rights. But we really are the target.
Even if by the way, none of that seems implausible at this point. I mean, just you're a measure of how the world has changed. If you'd said this to me 15 years ago, I'd have been like, someone's a crackpot and it's not me. And now, after COVID, nothing you said seems crazy at all. I mean, maybe right, you may be wrong, but it's not out of their own possibility, obviously. But even if I disagree with what you just said, I would think that's pretty interesting. It's an interesting perspective. Why do you think, you've committed no crime, you'd be in jail if you had. Why do you think they hate you so much?
Because I do read their documents and I do read their books, and we were effectively getting a lot of people in the military and the intelligence agencies who were compartmentalized and who tuned into my show and saw my films and read my books and things, and they clicked with it and said, wow, I see all this
Banana
going on.
punch.
He's not lying about it. And then I would give them other pieces that I discovered or my other guests discovered. And so it was giving them an operational awareness outside of their compartmentalization. And so we had massive success in the military, in the police, and in the intelligence agencies understood around the world. And so our penetration into those areas to help people expand their awareness that we're inside the government, inside corporations, was triggering a lot of whistleblowers, was triggering a lot of people not going along with the program. And so really my sin was decompartmentalization of the population.
When you got deplatformed, and to this day, no one has ever been more aggressively censored, I don't think, than you. I've apologized to you this in person before. I was in Labrador on a fishing trip and missed the entire thing. I was literally out of cell range. I didn't know what happened, but I got back and I read about it. I felt like it was a major moment in the history of the American media.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think anybody defended you when that happened. Anybody with any kind of audience.
When Tim Cook admitted in August of 2017 with the other big tech heads, and they made the decision to curate, like it's a museum, and take me off. It was hundreds of platforms. I mean, it wasn't just all the big ones. It was
I should have put that in the grinder, yo. My fingertips sticky as shit.
Ensuing that weekend over the next month. And I knew that I was a test case, and I wasn't taken off those platforms for any demonstrable reason. It was the questioning the school shooting thing that came later. They went and kind of dredged that up from my past, just questioning it a few times, blew that up after I'd been deplatformed, and said I was deplatformed for that. If you check the record, I wasn't. And so once they deplatformed me, it made the show in ways only get bigger, with people actually going to Infowars.com and finding me on local radio stations and things. So then they came and said, okay, let's look at his record and create more of a reason that he's being taken off. So they took things out of context from 5-6 years before, blew them up as a current thing out of context, and deceptively reported on what I'd said to create a straw man argument to then facilitate the reason.
What's so crazy is if you asked just a cross-section of Americans who's responsible for the Sandy Hook massacre of kids at the school, no one remembers the name of the murderer.
Adam Lanza.
Okay, thank you. I didn't remember. Alex Jones. They effectively blamed you for a school shooting that you were not present at.
I have people going to me in the parking lot. You can ask my security guy. He's been there when people walk up and go, why'd you kill those kids? And they go, I didn't kill those kids. And they go, yeah, you did. And so that is what this has turned into. And this is bigger than me. I want people to understand something, that the mullahs in Iran and the Ayatollah are congratulating Hamas that just killed around 1,000 or more innocent Israelis, many of them women, children, disabled people, in a vicious, evil sneak attack. They are on there. Hezbollah and Hamas, mainly Hamas, but it's Hezbollah funding it out of Iran, are literally posting videos of them cutting people's heads off and killing children and massacring innocent people. They're allowed to have their Hezbollah accounts and their Hamas accounts. The Ayatollah is able to congratulate what these people done, and I am still banned. And I'm not mad at Elon Musk. I understand I've been so demonized for the general public. He's barely able to keep Twitter going right now. I really appreciate what he's done. I admire him. I think he's done a lot of great work, and I see him moving in the right direction. So a lot of people attack Musk on Twitter. I trend all the time. Hey, if you're such an absolutist on free speech, bring back Alex Jones. I understand that if he did that, the ADL and others would really be able to probably shut down Twitter. So I understand that he needs to go through a process before he does that. So people get mad at Twitter for not.
Why the ADL? I'm not the world's expert on your career, but I know you. I've never heard you say a single anti-Semitic thing and an anti-Israel thing. Why would the ADL be against you? I don't think anyone's even called you an anti-Semite.
Well,
unless I'm missing something.
I mean, what goes on is the left forever called everybody a racist if you were just a conservative or pro-Second Amendment or pro-life or thought we ought to have a border. And that didn't work anymore to call people racist. And so the ADL gets all this big liberal donations. And so they go out and then police and take people's sponsors and target them just by the ADL calling up sponsors. Sponsors get scared and drop. And so that's what they've done to Elon Musk. They've been, they took over 50% of Twitter's North American and European advertising in just the last year, and bragged about it by saying he gives harbor to white supremacists, which he doesn't. But at the same time, white supremacists are ridiculous. They're goofy. Most of them are usually working for foundations that are basically, actors. We're not supposed to say that, but there's many cases of that actually being the case, and that they're just LARPing that they're white supremacists. But let those clowns speak. Whatever happened to the ACLU that used to support the KKK marching through a town or publishing their own newspaper? I don't support the KKK. I think they're a joke. But if you take their rights, you take everybody's. But they're not even taking the rights of those people to post, because they create fear and they get the ADL more funding. But if they can target an Alex Jones or an Elon Musk or a Tucker Carlson, then they're going after the real populist leaders that are bringing America together. And so what the left wants is to divide us all according to race, and to come out and say fundamentally with critical race theory that inherently being white is bad, and teaching 5-year-old white children they're inherently bad because they're white. That is wounding their brains and really creating racial division.
Why do people put up with that? I don't understand why. I mean, that's just, if you had told me 20 years ago, and I grew up in a world where judging people on the basis of their skin color was totally immoral, and I still believe that. But if you told me 20 years ago that we were going to live in a world where people get on TV and just be like, I hate white people, they're bad, well, it's totally fine. Like, why do people put up with that? Like, there should be zero tolerance for that. I don't get it.
The Democratic Party founded the KKK, and when the majority were whites in the South in some areas, they played the race card for political power. Now that the majority in most areas are not white, they're playing the good old-fashioned race card of tell whites, stand down, let people take over your society, your culture, give up your culture. It's embarrassing to be white. And then now it's flat out bad to be white, and the left's trying to convert all these minority groups that are now majority in most areas into race-based systems, because that is a very effective system.
But why do people put up with that? I mean, like, if they were doing that to Malaysians or Filipinos or Hondurans, I would say you can't do that. You're not allowed to attack people on the basis of their race. I'm sorry, not in a country like this, because the country will fall apart, and it's immoral.
I totally agree.
But nobody says anything. I don't get it.
The reason they've done it is most of the enforcers of this are white, liberal women, 45 or older, not fair, which is a fact, and they're cucked husbands. And so, to them...
Can I say that the phrase cucked husbands is the best?
It really is true. So, if you get around these white liberals, they live in the whitest areas. They're totally scared of anybody with brown skin. But they virtue signal constantly and then say, yes, the white people are bad. The white people are evil. And, these I mean, you see white people sit there and say, yeah, it's time to deal with these crackers. And they're a white person saying that. So
from Jackson Hole or Nantucket or Aspen or Bethesda, the whitest places in America. So shouldn't there be a law? Super simple. If you've got a BLM sign in your yard, you should be required to live in Gary, Indiana, or Baltimore. Like, you should not be anywhere near Jackson, Wyoming.
You should be made to live in East St. Louis.
I totally agree.
You should be made to live in Detroit.
Yes.
But of course, they've done the studies and looked at the statistics. It's not just here. It's in Europe, and it's in the UK, like in London. The liberal areas are like 99% white.
Oh, I noticed.
Okay, and there's a lot of rich people in London that aren't white, but they're not even in that area. They are the most insular group, and then they point at white Christian culture and society that actually outlawed slavery in most of the world, was the vanguard of stopping it, and then they don't point at China, which is the most homogeneous racist group in the world.
It's an ethno-state. It's Han Chinese, period.
Well, they teach us, in their news, that we are going to have Chinese superiority. We are the Chinese supremacist. Xi Jinping admires Hitler. He is literally following a race-based operation that is taking the world over, that owns the majority of Hollywood, that's paid off the Democratic Party. And if you look at all these anti-white shows that you see funded in Hollywood, almost all of it has majority literal communist Chinese government backing that is funding this. So it's real simple. China looks in and sees this diverse culture, and they say, we're going to use that to split the country up and balkanize it. And that's what they've done. And so communist China, along with the Southern Poverty Law Center and the ADL and all these groups, see America's weakness, and they're literally coming in saying white people are inherently inherently bad because of the color of their skin. They inherently have cheated people. They've hurt people. White people invented racism. None of that's true. It's really just tribalism. And then they organize all these other groups into race-based groups to then unify them under the Democratic Party to attack who is left that tends to be more conservative, and that is some white people in this country. Though they're panicking because more and more blacks are voting Republican, more and more Hispanics are voting Republican, they're starting to figure this out. So now they're in panic mode to bring in totally disenfranchised third world populations who are refugees from the multi-year lockdowns in Africa, Latin America, and Asia and the Middle East. They then bring them to UN camps, brainwash them, then bring them to our border, brainwash them more, then send them into the United States, and then literally hold them for years in facilities while they're indoctrinated to be this new political underclass that's then going to be turned loose on America. And that's why you see Democrats giving illegal aliens the right to vote in their cities, giving them driver's license. That's why you see them passing laws. They can be police officers. So they are importing a new enforcement class against the American people, and they're setting it up along racial lines, not us. They're making it racial, just like Hitler made what he did racial. So it's the left and the think tanks and the communist Chinese that look at the U.S. and have seen our weakness as race, and they are exacerbating.
So I don't understand. So you're from Texas. You grew up in Texas. Your family's been there a long time. Texas is changing really fast. It's dirty, for one thing, I noticed, because physically dirty, garbage on the side of the road. I never have seen that in Texas before. So your governor could have stopped that. He commands the Texas National Guard, and he didn't. And I feel like that makes him a traitor to the country, but what am I missing?
Well, I mean, Governor Abbott is, on a scale of 1 to 10, the best kind of Republican governor is a 10, and the worst is, say, a 1. And like Illinois is a so-called Republican, that's really a Democrat. I would put Greg Abbott as about a 5. The state is overwhelmed. There isn't really a state mechanism. It's federal to kick people back and deport them. So they have put up barbed wire. They have tried to stop people. They have tried, but then they have to hand over to the feds who release them.
Well, why not just say the feds are committing a crime? They're committing a crime. This is not allowed under laws passed by the Congress. In a democracy, the Congress passed laws. And so you've got criminals running the country. The Biden administration is criminal, which is true. And we're not playing along. And like, if you don't like it, come do something about it. Meanwhile, every able-bodied man with a black rifle assemble at the border, and we're just going to stop this and save the country. I don't understand. Like, that's not hard. What am I missing?
No, I think you're absolutely right. In fact, what the deep state fears would be a coalition of good governors, good attorney generals, giving them the findings and the rulings that they could indeed do that, and then declaring emergencies in the states and having a coalition of the states come in and do this, and then instruct the police and everybody else to not have sanctuary cities. But the problem is, if you're in Texas, every single city, Houston, San Antonio, Austin, Dallas, Fort Worth, are Democrat Party run. And so Texas is almost purple because the California influx and all the other refugees from New York, many of them bring their leftist ideology with them, even though they're fleeing it. Like locusts, they fly to the next field. And so that's really the issue, is that the legislature is somewhat cucked, to use that word again. And I think the governor has been cucked. He certainly went along with lockdowns and masked more than really any other Republican governor. And so I do think Greg Abbott needs to do a better job. But I also wanted to list some of the things that the states...
I gotta see what this humming sound is out here.
Austin fired a bunch of police in the third quit, crime everywhere, homeless everywhere, trash everywhere, ruin the city like everywhere else they are.
You live there?
Absolutely. That's where my family's from. I've been there since high school. But I'm going to have to leave
4
soon.
leaf blowers going at the same time. Somebody got a whole yard crew out there blowing and collecting leaves. All at the same time. It sounds like one big ass motor. I'm like, what the fuck is that?
You can see the decline. You can see how fast it is. And it's really, 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 really sad. And there are just illegal aliens everywhere. And refugees from the rest of the country all over the place. And you see really the economic decline of most of the mom and pop businesses and things. So the same rot we've seen all over the country. Austin was supposedly this big mecca and it was going to be so great, and now sadly it's falling apart. I mean, Tucker, you know the answer to all this. You do the best job of anybody with a true Americana populist breakdown. The ruling elites of the world, the Black Rocks, the State Streets, they're on record saying they don't want our consumer society. They don't want our capitalist society. It's bad, it's ugly, it's gross, but they're the biggest consumers compared to anybody else in the world. Their quote carbon footprints are thousands of times bigger than the average person. Leonardo DiCaprio or Klaus Schwab literally have carbon footprints thousands of times bigger than the average poor working American. That they're telling you can't have a car or air conditioning. Remember, before Obama left office, he traveled to Latin America, to Africa, and the Middle East. And what did he tell them in speeches? The clips are famous. You can't have a car or air conditioning. The earth will overheat and burn up. While he's telling people that by the year 2017, like Al Gore said, we would have areas flooded on the coastal areas while he bought a big house at Martha's Vineyard at 1 foot above sea level. And of course, it's still there and it hasn't flooded. I mean, his chef died there. He drowned, sadly, but no flooding inside the house, just the dead chef. So they're waging war against civilization and society to make us poor, to put us under siege, and to cut off our energy, make the cost of living impossible, to break our old system, to bring in something even worse. And that's the Cloward-Piven strategy that the Democratic Party has adopted. They've done the same thing in Europe. This is a plan. The central banks have unlimited money, but they can't buy all the infrastructure up because people aren't selling. So they've got to crush us and make people so poor that everybody's forced to sell their business, their intellectual property, their physical property, but more importantly, to turn over our bodies to them. We're a UN treaty that Biden right now is, that's what I call Biden, is Biden is trying to ratify, would literally put our bodies under the control of the United Nations and our medical care policy under it. So
it's the pandemic
treaty.
Yeah.
So what this is really a breaking of our will, a demoralization. That's what the transgenderism is. And 2 men can have a baby, and puberty blockers, and castrating little boys, and cutting little girls' breasts off. They've got such hellish stuff coming in this designed global collapse to bring in their world government that they've got to just have all these horrors out there, hoping we just throw up our hands and run off to the countryside, which everybody's doing, and in a way that's good. But at the same time, then they've got full control.
That's totally right.
And they're going to march out of the countryside next and dig us out.
So that's, I mean, you look at the White House press secretary, who can barely speak English, who's one of the stupidest people I've ever seen, and a transparent liar. You wouldn't hire her to run your copy machine. She's the White House press secretary. Why would you do that? And it's not because of her race or who she sleeps with. I think the whole point is she's so obviously repulsive that it makes you feel bad about the country to see her.
I mean, that's it. We're at a beautiful ball. It's prom night. Everybody's dressed great. There's wonderful food, big delicious punch bowl. And then they say, what can we do? Well, just have Brian Stelter go take a dump right in that.
Yeah.
And then he's there laughing at you. They're all there laughing at you to make you feel small, to make you question reality. Why is everything so ugly? I mean, that's why they tell people, hey, you can be homeless anywhere. You can crap on the street, needles, throw your garbage everywhere. Drug dealers can sell you drugs. We're going to give the homeless all this government funding. Liberal groups come in and farm and milk each homeless person and skim a big cut of the money off the top. It's a crop. But then a cash crop. But then we see that and we think it's all over. There's nothing we can do to demoralize us and make us give up. And even though I'm conscious of this, even though I know this, it's still at a DNA level. I'm like, I got to go to the country. I got to get out of here. I've got to separate myself from this. But then when they release this toxic cultural poisonous gas, they push us out of those areas and they get the main infrastructure to then organize that, cut off the food supplies to that group they have, and then tell them, the reason you're doing bad is not BlackRock and the WF and Bill Gates. It's all those evil people in the countryside. They're all white supremacists and terrorists and racists. Let's go get them. Because the last group they don't control is rural people that are self-sufficient. And so I get going to the countryside, protecting your children.
is kind of dark without this light on because I'm sitting in my own shadow. Stay out the way.
I don't think any artist knows they're creating a famous masterpiece when they create it. Some of them die believing that their life's work was worthless just for their piece to be hung on the walls of museums for years to come. My point is, I don't think you realize what a masterpiece you are. The world gives us inadequate assessments of the work of geniuses every day. So, if you're feeling overlooked and underappreciated, if you're feeling like this isn't the role you were assigned, it's probably because the way you're painted is a little ahead of their time. I don't think it... I don't think any artist knows they're creating. Difficult.
Cuma gara-gara nggak punya baju olahraga doang. Tapi akhirnya gue paksain sih pergi nge-gym pakai baju-baju santai di rumah, like kaos barong, celana collar seadanya. Ada quotes begini, building your body will improve your mindset. They work together. Ini terbukti guys. Dulu gue mikirnya, males nih alasan utama.
I get out of jail, businesses don't take cash, and everybody's gay and autistic.
Damn.
I walk into a coffee shop, order coffee, nothing crazy, hot, light with cream. Human being behind the counter says to me, $6. I said, a fucking cup of coffee is $6 now? He goes, yeah. I go, well, how many cups of coffee you sell a day? He goes, I don't know, thousands. And I was like, I'm gonna rob this place. I get out of jail, businesses don't take cash, and everybody's gay and all. I get out of jail. You scared when you went to jail?
I was so sad.
Yeah, me too. When the judge was just like crack. I want to thank Gio for slithering out of an apple to be here today.
You don't even have enough teeth to eat an apple.
Gio looks like what would happen if you asked the child to quickly draw the rapist as a stick figure.
Derek went from being in prison to doing stand-up comedy. Either way, it hurts to watch him through time. And in both situations, he's eating a dick.
Gio and I are both recovering heroin addicts. Gio still does other drugs, but we both quit heroin, but Gio decided to keep the look and the weight.
Last show. I'm going to go with Derek is a Puerto Rican Jew, which means he can represent himself in court. It's a rape charge. Okay.
Gio has a child, and the child is half Dominican and half black. So that means there's a 100% chance that she'll be pregnant at 14. And on welfare. All right.
This is why he doesn't have custody of his hand.
Fight Club, give it up for round one of this main event! Great battle between Puerto Rican Ernie and Bert so far. We'll go to our judges. Robbie Goodwin, or Anika McLean, what do you think of this fight?
I think this round, Derek is winning.
You think Derek's got it so far?
Yeah, I think, but they're both my friends. But this is hilarious. I didn't know that they was both on heroin at the same time. Each other's dicks in jail. I didn't know that. That was a lot. I learned a lot about you guys today. That's why you guys partnered up so good. Okay.
Are you mad at me for forgetting your birthday? You started roasting me before I got on stage.
No, I was roasting the other guys here. Listen, I'm the judge here today. Now, stop the bullshit. Don't talk to me. And don't look me in the eye.
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry.
Who would have thought Gio just bad with judges? Hey, Joe Volkowski.
This battle looks like an argument that breaks out in the line for sneaker releases.
No, this battle was great. It got a little too real at the end. I hope your friendship is okay at the end of this. All right, Marty Drummond, your thoughts so far after round one?
Yeah, it's the battle for the top bump
We got two heroin addicts fighting over the needle that dropped in the mud. Let's go. I hope both of them die. Robbie Goodwin.
This is one weird, scared, straight meeting. You guys look like you're both about to round about staying in school. You look like that last first battler's game dance. No, this is fine. This is a good episode of Get Check sponsored by Trying. It's also the 8-year anniversary of the last time Derek saw his kid. I love both these guys a lot. I thought them hilarious and genuinely inspirational, so I'm excited to see more. So good job.
We are going to move on to round two of this main event. It's going to be 4 jokes straight through. We started with Gio in round one. Going to start with Derek now. Fight Club, what do you say? You ready for round two of this main event? 4 jokes straight through, starting with Derek. Round two starts now. Gio looks like he doesn't know whether to sell you crack or a coconut.
He does. You look like you know how to make a crack pipe out of a coconut.
Good job.
Gio. When Gio was locked up, he used to let his cellmate come in his face so he could see kids that had a brighter future than his.
circumcised with a switchblade. Derek loves to say the N-word, only when he's alone, rapping to songs that don't have the N-word. That's it.
Fight Club, give it up for round 2 of this main event. Actually, give it up for everything except the jokes in this round. We're going to go to our judges. Robbie Goodwin, your thoughts after round 2 of this main event?
Oh boy, that got really real, I feel like. That's animosity that only podcast partners have. I'm very familiar with it. This is fun. You guys are both gay drug dealers, so you do a lot of blowjobs. All right.
The fucking puns, man.
Yeah.
It's contagious.
Absolutely. This is great. Good job, both of you. Derek, please don't kill Gio on stage. Please wait till you get in the parking lot. But this is fun.
Mardi Gras, man.
Yo, Gio fucking sprayed off on my motherfucking homeboy.
Ayo.
He really did. He edged you out, and you stopped for a second and looked at your phone like, yo, I thought this was my fucking man right here. Yo, like, for real, Gio ate on that last round right there. I give it to Gio.
All right, Gio's got round 2. Joe Volkowski.
This battle is fucking sick. You're both doing great. I'm really enjoying it. But Derek had that joke in the first round about him wriggling out of an apple. And every time I look at you, I'm like, damn, he really does look like a worm.
Amigo McLean. It is now your turn to talk.
I can talk now because I know he told me to shut up. Just because he told me to shut up, I'm going to just go with Gio. Fuck that.
Immediately, Gio's got it so far. We're going to move on to round 3 now. It's going to be 3 jokes, tit for tat. Starting with Derek in round 2. We're going to start with Gio now. Fight Club, I need everything you have. We're going to pick a winner after this round. What do you say? You ready for round 3 of this main event? 3 jokes starting with Gio. Round 3 starts now.
What can I say about Derek that hasn't been said already?
Yo, what's good, guys?
They're both misogynistic, they're both racist, and they both beat a woman back in 2016. I mean, look at this. Doesn't he look like he listens to Cardi B before he beats his girlfriend?
Damn. He listens to Cardi B before he beats his girlfriend. It's kind of hard to see. Let me turn this off for a second. Now YouTube can see that as well. Take some of that glare off.
Derek recently lost 100 pounds. And the reason he said he lost his weight was because he was going to roast battle his girlfriend, and she had a bunch of fat jokes. He'll make up any excuse to not say her food tastes like shit.
My girl's food is fucking wonderful. Watch your fucking mouth. And I think you got me confused with Daniel Moore. I didn't lose 100 pounds.
That's the nerves, like. That's the nerves.
Money, shut the fuck up.
Yo, these comedians is going ham right now.
It's Michael, right? What was I going to say here?
What's the score? Right now, 2 for Derek, 1 for Gia. I'm gonna go for Derek. This is for Derek. Very fun main event. Michael, give it up for your winner, Derek Drescher. And one more time for Gia Burnett.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displates. Paint your displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas. And choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now.
Fill her up.
You're listening to the Gas Digital Network.
I went online to become a private detective. It was a private detective school online, and I paid online. I never heard from them again. I thought to myself, I either got ripped off, or this is my first case. This is a journalistic podcast, Shannon. We vaccinate our listeners with answers. And I'm going to keep lip-syncing the important questions until TikTok gives me a show. Shannon, how can the moon landing be real if the moon itself is fake?
It's not true, Mike.
Oh, isn't it true, Shannon? You're fake. You're a hologram.
1 in 5 New Yorkers are food insecure. What's your solution for that, Mike?
Fortune cookie. Because that's food and advice at the same time. Shannon, at least have the decency to backstab me. Okay, you stab me in the front every time. Some fans can't watch the podcast because they're triggered by our sexuality. And message to those fans, we will leak a sex tape right into your mouth.
This is Mike Vecchione Investigates.
And you're not better than me. Welcome to another episode of Mike Vecchione Investigates. You're not better than me. Always remember that, because a lot of you are on your high horse recently. Thank you for supporting my special, Mike Vecchione The Attractives. Ugly people can watch too. It's not just for attractive people. That's just what it's called. I know a lot of you are low functioning and you take everything literally. You can watch it if you are unfortunate looking. Please watch it. You got nothing else to do. You don't have any dates. So it's for everybody. It's for attractives. It's for unattractives. And thank you for your support. Please watch it. Please share it. A whole family could watch it. So thank you for that. Also, thank you for the Joe Rogan Experience I just did. Episode 1967. If you haven't seen it, please check it out. Joe is a great guy, and I was thrilled, obviously, to do the podcast. We had a really good conversation. So watch JRE, and I've been on a Theo Vaughn's podcast, another big one. So that was great. I was on with my friend Nate Bargatze, also the director and executive producer of my special. So watch those two. I'll be on a bunch more talking about the special and also plugging this podcast, my own platform, Mike Vecchione Investigates, which we have, I think we're underrated as a podcast and more people should watch. So feel free to share this podcast also. All right. Thank you guys for being here again. Shannon is in the cockpit. Natalie is in the navigator's seat. And we have our guests today, Derek Drescher and Gio Perez. Comedians, and also they are the podcasters for the On the Gate podcast. Now, On the Gate podcast, guys, first of all, I know you guys from the stand, right, but not much interaction. Right. I've talked to you before, yes, about the Mikey D documentary. Right.
right? And so we've talked a little bit, and we've met at the stand.
Yeah.
So you guys are there, but in passing, I don't know, you know, like I think sometimes we're on the same shows, but you know, whatever. So what? I'm familiar with you guys, but not so just so our fans know. But I don't know you in depth. This is a chance to really get to know you in depth, and that's a nice way of saying investigating you both. Okay, so Derek, let's hit you. First of all, On the Gate podcast, what's it about?
It's just two like it started because me and him, like when we met at an illegal show during the pandemic, illegal indoor show.
Does that make you feel better?
Yes.
Yes. More comfortable because you guys are ex.
Yeah.
Yes. Is it bad to say ex-con?
No.
Ex-con.
Well, the politically correct
rehabilitated
term would be
convict?
formerly incarcerated individual.
Formerly, I'm going to write that down. Formerly incarcerated
individual.
Or
individual.
/ justice involved.
Yeah. Or fee. FII.
Yeah.
But ex-con just sounds like.
Yeah.
I love it. That's my favorite
ex-con.
one. Yeah.
Ex-cons.
Formerly incarcerated individuals.
Yes.
Okay, so you were doing an illegal show.
Well, he was doing the illegal show.
He's snitching on me already.
Well, no, because it was his show, and then I accidentally got invited. Like it was like a secret show.
Yeah.
And then the comic snitched on the show.
He snuck in.
And then I accidentally snuck in. I didn't know I snuck in.
Yeah.
Is that a crime when when somebody's doing something illegal and then you do something illegal to them?
Well, hi. It's Ryan Reynolds, and I'm here in the North Pole to remind you the holidays are a magical time. It's what I would say.
It kind of cancels out, I would
Does
imagine.
that cancel out?
It's like robbing a drug dealer. They can't call the police on you.
It's a double negative.
Right.
No, but sometimes you can still get a robbery charge if they're dumb enough to say it, because they'll just say, "Oh, they stole money from me."
Right. I mean, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, they pulled out the gun. It was just the whole action of getting a gun pulled out on.
Right.
Right.
This is heated up quickly. So what was Derek? What was illegal about the show?
Well,
Can you
it was-
explain it to our fans?
Yes.
Or, you know,
Some,
a little bit.
some folks might not like this, but you know, the pandemic happened. Everything got shut down. I had a space that I could host secret shows in.
Right.
And I started to. I did it for about 6 months before everybody at the show got COVID. So
Okay.
it was going pretty well.
It was indoor.
It was indoor.
Did you? It was like come here and get COVID.
Yeah.
Is that how you advertised it?
It was like, you know, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens.
Let's see what
Yeah,
happens.
let's roll the dice.
And if you have a Vax card, we will not let you in.
Yeah,
Is that-
I was running them way before the Vax cards even
this
came
is way
out.
before the
It's like a speakeasy, except for sick people.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. But we made it about 6 shows before everybody got COVID. Like
Okay.
The whole show.
Sick show, and everybody's super spreader.
Everybody got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you fought to get into this.
No, I just somebody told me about it, and then I walked right in.
Right.
After a group of comics.
Mask or no mask?
Nah,
I was
no
no
mask.
mask.
Yeah, I didn't mask.
I was like, what are you doing here?
Yeah, I went through the whole pandemic without a mask. Never got sick until I got vaccinated.
Right.
I went 2 years.
I think if you talk smack about the disease, that's when you get it.
Yeah.
That's my theory. I mean, the disease is vengeful.
It happened.
And it attacks people who are arrogant.
That's so true.
I said it on stage.
I feel the same way about heroin, too.
Is heroin?
If you talk shit about heroin, you'll
it gets you.
Yeah.
I was at Broadway Comedy Club, and during my set, I just said I beat COVID. Like I was like, I haven't got COVID in 2 years. Like I won. I beat COVID.
Right.
I got COVID that weekend.
Wow. Yeah, it gets you.
Yeah,
it gets you. It's a malicious. It's a malicious disease. So you're doing an illegal show.
Yes.
You're fighting to get in, and that's when you said, "What are you doing here?" Was it a confrontation?
I was like, what?
Because you guys are both.
Yeah,
tough.
I was like,
you guys are both tough guys.
Yeah.
So
I was like, I don't like Dominicans. Who let this Dominican in here? And then we spoke, and we saw that we had more in common.
In English?
Yes, broken Spanish.
He doesn't speak Spanish.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he doesn't speak Spanish. He's just only Puerto Rican when he wants to say the N-word.
That's it, yeah.
Any other time.
All right. Okay. So there was a face-off, and then you guys became fast friends.
Yeah. That night, pretty much.
Yeah,
Right.
we kind of linked up, and he was like, "Hey, come back next." He's like, "Oh, you're a comic." He's like, "Come back next month." And then that show is when we linked up, and I remember just us talking. And then, like, it was fast friends. And then we'll just sit in the car sometimes, tell, like, old war stories and talk about what we want to do in comedy. And I was like, yo, we should do a podcast because it was just, like, almost months straight of us talking every day. And, like...
That's really great. I think it's illegal not to do a podcast.
Oh, yeah.
When you have that kind of show.
You will be brought up on federal charges.
You will be brought up. Yeah.
Like, you got to talk about it.
You have to talk about it. Look, I think you guys both have interesting stories, and I want to take this time to go through individually if I can. So, Derek, where are you from? What is your incarceration story? How did you become a formerly incarcerated individual? And then what is your how did you get into comedy?
Okay.
So those three things. Let's break. Where are you coming from? What's your background? What's your incarceration story? And how did you get into comedy?
All right. I'm a Puerto Rican Jew from New York.
Right.
That's where I'm from here, and
which I think that's Italian. You translate.
Puerto Rican Jew equals Italian.
According to the ethnic translation table. You have an Italian vibe to you.
Yeah.
To New York.
Very greaseball vibe.
Yeah.
Very violent.
Yeah. Aggressive. Yeah.
Yes.
So and I started getting into trouble early in my life. Both my parents, very blue collar people, worked more than one job. I stayed with my grandmother a lot.
Okay.
Grandma got sick, passed away. I didn't know how to take that. I didn't know how to express myself. I started robbing stores, stealing cars, things of that.
Was there had to be anger first, right? Was it anger, and then it manifested itself into, because anger, a lot of people go through
easiest thing to feel.
But the anger thing, I mean, there's a big jump between just feeling angry and robbing stores.
Right.
For our fans.
Yeah. Anger was definitely played a very big part in it.
Yeah.
Anger still plays a very big part in my life today.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I've got it more under control, but it's still there.
Well, let me know if I'm making you furious.
No.
In case this turns into a...
I'm full of glee right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, usually when we do our podcast, we'll have Natalie turn the lights red to let people know he's angry.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, I'm like,
good.
Natalie, hit the red lights.
Natalie, how long has it been?
It's been a while.
It's been quite a few episodes, if I'm being honest.
So it's like a mood ring, but with the lights.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
It lets people know.
Yeah. And then I just say mean things. Nothing even close to funny.
But what about the Incredible Hulk? Like, do you have, like, he was a guy who would, like, increasingly get angry and then turn green and then just start... he didn't really do that much. He's turned over cars.
Yeah.
He would, like, throw stuff.
Yeah, smash buildings up.
Army
and stuff
tanks
like that.
and shit. Yeah, that was...
It would have been cool if I could do that. It would have been
pretty
great. Kept those cops from kicking the shit out of me.
Yeah.
So you get angry because of your grandmother's death?
Yeah,
and then
I don't know how to express myself.
Yeah. So you start robbing. You fall in with the wrong crowd, or you individually
100%.
just robbing stuff?
I did fall in with the wrong crowd.
Where is this in New York, by the way?
Brooklyn.
Okay.
So I did fall in with the wrong crowd, but my mother and father always used to be like, you gotta get away from those kids, but I became the worst one.
Okay.
Yeah. So. Yeah.
And your mother and father is a two-parent home.
Yeah, two-parent home.
Yeah. So those of you out there who are like two-parent homes are important. Sometimes they don't work that good.
Yeah. I could say that my parents did everything that they could.
They did what they could.
Yeah.
But you were just wild.
Bad. Very bad kid. Yeah, I even had that conversation because they started sending me to a lot of doctors, psychologists, and all that shit. Right. And then my father, we were just talking one day. He's like, I don't think there's anything wrong with you, kid. He's like, I think you're just bad.
But did your dad like put the hammer down a little bit? Was he like a disciplinarian and like, hey, you can't do this again?
My mother was more the disciplinarian. My father, they were both very good. They were both a very good mom and dad. My mother was definitely the more fiery one. Mm-hmm. And my father would do whatever.
Your dad's Jewish, your mom's Latina.
No, my mother was a Puerto Rican Jew.
A Puerto Rican Jew?
Yeah, my father's German with some German.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's Jewish on both sides.
Yeah.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so can I, this may be a stupid question, but according to the internet, there are no stupid questions.
Right.
How do you rob a store? Like, what is the process of robbing a store?
I mean, you just got to get your...
what is the store, by the way?
Most of it is guts. Yeah. You know what I mean? These things, I'm not proud of these things.
Do you case the place first?
You case the place. I used to case drug dealers a lot also.
You'd rob drug dealers?
I rob drug dealers, yes. Yeah. I mean, that's both. It's like a 2-for-1. You get money and drugs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a lot of benefit. Yeah. But they're usually armed.
Sometimes. Yeah, sometimes. But then, if you do a case, you can see like when shifts would switch or when somebody's going to be alone. Right. That's when you would make your move.
Well, let's get to the stores first. What kind of stores would you rob?
Mostly bodegas.
Okay.
Gas stations.
Yeah, those guys can be rough too. Those guys are armed.
I've had some that didn't work out well for me. Absolutely, yeah.
But do you go in with a mask over your head?
No, I never wore a mask inside of the store.
You want them to open the register, so you go in, you buy something. So you'll have like $20. Okay. You'll go buy like a cigar and be like, hey, and as soon as they open that register, that's when the gun comes out.
Okay.
Because they can just be like, I can't open the register. Now That once it's open, that's when.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's smart.
Yeah.
You ever tried to rob? I was good in English and not so good in math, so I was always like I would try to rob with a note.
So
You know,
yeah,
it's like I
if
have
you
a
do
gun,
banks with a
and then
note,
maybe a poem, something, so they get something out of it also.
so if you rob the bank with a note, it's much less time.
Yeah.
It's like a year and a third, I think. You get out in 10.
But even if you say it's like, look, I do have a gun and I am serious,
right?
But I think that you're a great person, and pepper it with compliments, and I would love to have some money from your bank, and it's nothing personal against you. You're not in any danger, you know? It's just like the note, you kind of can explain it out.
At the end, you just be like, are we still cool after this?
Yeah,
Circle yes or no. Circle yes or no, and then have like the little heart with the arrow going
That's
through it.
great. Do you like me? Like more than friends? More than friends?
Can we talk after this?
Yeah, it's
you
so
put
great.
your number on it, like, don't give this to the cops.
Yeah.
This is for you.
Don't be not cool about this and give this to the guy.
Yeah, you just go down because you hit on the tellers.
It's so great.
He's like, yo, can I get your Instagram?
Yeah.
He's like,
I thought about that. I thought about like, you know, I'm in a relationship now, but when I was saying it was like giving a note if the teller is hot, but then she might think she's getting robbed.
Yeah.
And then it's like
You go down for robbery and sexual harassment at the same time, bro.
She just screams. She puts her hands up.
Oh my God, this is unwanted sexual attention.
Okay, so what happened then? You were robbing stores, which I think is very interesting, and robbing drug dealers.
Cars.
But the drug dealers, did you know them?
Some I did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of awkward. When it's like, remember when you robbed? I thought we were friends.
Yeah.
I thought we were buddies.
Yes, absolutely.
Remember when you robbed me 2 days ago?
Yeah.
I mean,
drugs, so they
would see people. Well, I started just doing crimes, then I got into the drugs came later. But yeah, you would rob people who like lived in your building.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
And that's awkward in the elevator.
That's very awkward in the hallways. Absolutely.
He robbed them in the elevator.
But you always robbed them with a weapon? Did you have a gun?
Most of the
or
time,
it's like, I'm going to beat you with a bat?
I used to have.
There was always an impending threat of violence, right? Otherwise, they wouldn't give you the money.
So if anybody I robbed is listening to this, I just want to let you know there was never any bullets in the gun.
It wasn't even a real gun.
Okay.
It was a BB.
Did anybody ever fight back?
Yes.
And how did you get the best of them and get out? Obviously,
there was times where I got the best of them. There was times where I had to run for sure.
Yeah. And was it a group? Did you have like a getaway driver, a safe cracker?
Anytime I ever did anything with a group, I always end up getting caught.
Right.
Doing time, so I would like.
Because they would catch some guys and they would flip them.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Yeah.
And then what got you as an incarcerated individual? Now that you're formally incarcerated.
Well, I got caught stealing a car. Took the cops on a big chase. I ended up doing 3 years of my life because of that.
Right.
A lot of VOPs, violation of probation, violation of parole, some simple assaults, things like that.
VOPs.
Yeah, VOPs.
I like that. I like abbreviations.
Yeah,
so cool.
This is a VOP. Mr. Joshua, we're bringing here today order 2 VOPs.
VOPs.
One on March 10th.
And now you're in comedy, you're doing well, so you're a VIP.
Yeah.
Maybe that could be the name of the episode. Shannon, from VOPs to VIPs. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here, Shannon. I'm not the producer.
A very incarcerated prisoner.
Yeah. Very good. Yeah, that's great. Okay, so you go to jail for stealing a car.
Yeah.
And like joyriding is a different crime than stealing a car. You weren't joyriding.
No.
You were trying to steal the car.
No, I stole the car.
As a guy who's had his car stolen. Maybe you stole my car.
Yeah. Well, I stole a car from a drug dealer. And I thought that there would be drugs in the vehicle.
Right.
There was not.
Right.
So I just had the vehicle, and on my way to bring the vehicle to a place where I would get money for said vehicle.
Chop shop?
Yeah.
Can I jump it and say chop shop?
Yeah.
See, I'm cool. I would do okay in jail.
You're hip.
You took it to a chop shop, then what happened?
I was trying to get there, and then the police, I'd done something wrong. I don't know if I was speeding or whatnot, but the police were pulling me over, and I did not stop. And then,
maybe because you were in a stolen vehicle. That could have been
you got to also remember, so I'm 13 years old. Like,
oh, wow.
I could barely see over the steering wheel. Yeah. And then more cops came, and I was like, oh. So then I started using my blinkers and everything and going the speed limit. And then they basically got me to pull into a dead end. And then they blocked it off. And then I just, I kept like flooring it towards the roadblock.
Right.
And then backing up and doing it. And police were flying over the hood of the car and the roof of it.
Wow.
Yeah, and then they Slim Jim the door open finally because the car just stopped.
You refused to get out of the car even?
Yeah, I want to get out of the car. Yeah.
At 13?
At 13, yeah.
Wow.
And
as a black man, you shouldn't have.
Yeah, that's what my dad said.
Car.
Did they, 13 is young, did they take you to timeout after that?
No, they sent me to one of the worst places they could send a child, which would be Spofford Juvenile Correctional Facility.
Wow.
Yeah. But when they got the door open, they Slim Jimmed it open. A lot of people don't know about this. Not everything is electronic now, computers. Back in the day, we had this thing called a Slim Jim to get you right into a car, easy. Right. Yeah. So I was holding the locks on both sides like this, and one of them got me. They caused a diversion. I took my hand off, and then they got that door open, and then they put a beating on me like I never. I deserved every inch of it. Yeah, they beat me out of my shoes.
Wow.
Yeah, I used to hear the old timers talk about that. They beat you out of your shoes, and that's not true. And
now they can't do that because of police cameras. But then they get accidentally shut off.
They forgot to charge it.
So this continued to what age?
Till I was 33.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
So that was just one of the stories, and it continued to.
That's the first big one.
Yeah.
That was a big one.
33.
Yeah.
And how many times have you been in and out?
I have been arrested over 30 times in my life.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
You were a rough dude.
I mean, I was.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
We'll get into the jail time after. But then how was your liaison into comedy after 33?
So, while I was incarcerated, I used to make guys laugh a lot.
Mm-hmm.
They would say you should do comedy or funny. It was weird, as I used to do impressions of the guards and things like that, which is something I don't do now. I don't do impressions.
Right.
And then he did the talent show in prison.
Yeah.
Prison talent show?
Yeah. Threw some Kool-Aid on my lips.
He did
put a dress on.
He did it all in drag.
I think that's the way to go. That's the way to win.
Yes.
You want to win in prison.
Absolutely.
Derek dressed up.
Yeah.
Derek Dresser. So those guys told me that, and then I got out, and once I was like, I got to turn my life around, I started to write jokes that I thought were funny.
Yeah.
And then I went to an open mic, and I was like, oof, this is going to be not as easy as I thought it was going to be. And then, I wasn't writing about, what I experienced. I was trying to just do, observational, quirky stuff, and it just wasn't me.
Right.
And I started to write more about, my heroin addiction and jail and robbery.
Right.
Yeah. I love making robbery funny.
Robbery is actually, when you're standing from the outside, it's very funny. If you're being robbed, I'm sure it's terrible.
Very traumatic.
Or if you're getting arrested for it.
Yeah, tables are turned then.
Yes.
It's fun to get away with it.
But did you knew Mikey D, right?
I did not know him. I never got to meet him in person. I know Lois.
Yes. This is great.
I have had a few people tell me before that the stuff I talk about reminds them of him.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I was good friends with him. He's a great guy. Yeah. And I watched him transform from in this mics that you're talking about. He was always very funny, but he would get angry if the crowd did not respond. He was edgy. He would get very angry, and I slowly watched him be able to figure out how to deal with it, because they would pull back. His jokes are very raw and edgy, and I watched the crowd pull back and then him get furious with them.
Right.
And I understood why. Mm-hmm. Because come on, man. It's he would do that, but I watched him figure it out, and he eventually, at the end of his life, he was just destroying in front of mainstream audiences.
I didn't hear about him until I was just on YouTube. Once I got clean off of heroin, I was, I liked comedy when I was young, but I wasn't into it. I didn't know what was going on really. And then I started watching, This Is Not Happening. And then, I heard Ali Sadiq tell a story about jail, and I was like, oh shit. And then just one day, Mikey D popped up, and I was like, I can feel what the fuck this guy's talking about.
Yeah. And he had a lot of abuse growing up, so he came from the Bronx and just was very but he was so funny, man. He was so funny, and to watch him develop from a raw comic who would get furious at the crowd if they didn't like his jokes to somebody who just mastered it after a while. And then Last Comic Standing, he got some accolades for that before his death.
Yeah, he was really about to pop.
Yeah, he really was. Yeah, I think today he would be huge.
Yeah, with the one-man show too, right? That was
Jerry Train's right into that one-man show, yeah. And so that's how you just kept. How many years have you been doing it?
5.
Okay.
5 now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you started, and then you just started. When you started talking about your authentic stories, that's when you started getting a taste for it, really
Well, people were listening, even if they weren't laughing.
Right.
And, you know, and I had some older comics who would, you know, got to hear me. They were like, you know, keep talking about what you're talking about.
Right.
You know, just because you're, you know, there needs to be, not everybody can be the same. There needs to be contrast.
Right.
And then, yeah, so that's basically, and then, you know, it's not easy to make that stuff funny sometimes.
No.
You know what I mean? And I know you spoke about him getting furious. I would get furious at mics too. I threatened to throw the mic stand into the crowd.
Yeah.
Into the, you know, maybe that'll get a reaction out of you guys if I fling.
Yeah. That was just pulling back.
That was a week ago. I had to tell him. Man.
But you got to understand from.
Sit down again. How old are you, young man? How old are you? 19. You know, and the kindest way possible. Fuck you, mate. Fuck you. I've got... 19! Oh! Do you have any drugs? I know Mum and Dad. Just, he doesn't. He was nodding off before. Of course he doesn't. I said, stay away from drugs, mate. You look like you're a young, bright, healthy young man. There's a lot of drugs in Australia. Even in Adelaide, where I'm from, they've got an ice problem. Why would you take a drug that keeps you up longer in a city with fuck all to do with it? They're just compounding the pain, aren't they? You know, that's why marijuana, Vicodin, fucking anything to take the edge off the fucking mundane days. Like, nah, let's fucking turn this up. Let's go to the zoo. I'm gonna fucking punch a panda. Punch a panda. Why would you want to punch a panda? Because it's black, it's white, it's Asian. I fucking hate everyone.
Yeah, I'm at 5 hours. I'm gonna have to take a break and get some other shit done here shortly. Alright, I think I am gonna take a break. I've been here for a whole 5 hours. I really just need to fix some lunch and go grocery shopping and just get all my chores done. I need to vacuum and finish doing laundry so that way I don't have anything to do tomorrow. Yeah, but right now, yeah, I'm good. Let me go do some shit. This drawing is coming out pretty decent. Alright, so we got that much done. And these are commissions. So more than likely, oh shit, still dropped the phone. So more than likely, I will be back up here later today. I want to try to knock these out as quick as I can. If I can get this one done today and then do one tomorrow, I'm gonna have 2 commissions done in the weekend. Especially since they're just drawings, and then that way I can get back to blocking in this underpainting. So we'll shut it down for a couple hours at least. But I honestly don't have anything planned for this weekend. We're supposed to get some nasty weather on Monday. I was gonna wash my car, but I'm like, I'm not washing that shit today if it's gonna fucking rain on Monday. So I'm good with that. That's about it, really. So, oh yeah. Let's see, my main goal this weekend is really trying to knock these drawings out. Because one of them is a Christmas present anyway. Knock these out and get paid for it. Oh my god, I'm really hating to leave the studio right now because I want to keep working, but I'm hungry and gotta do other stuff. Like I said, I'll probably be out of here for a few hours at least. Get some food cooked, go shopping. I'll probably hop on the game for a little while. I'll probably stream that. I'll probably stream my entire day today. Just stream the studio, stream some video games, but I'm getting close to ending that Cyberpunk game again for the second time. But there's 2 different paths to that shit, yo. That's why I'm really intrigued now. Peace. I'll get with y'all next time.